Survive and advance may be a March motto, but here in April, day one saw upsets aplenty thanks to stiff competition and even tougher conditions, proving there is no such thing as a sure thing here on the shores of Fort Lauderdale at the world's first, the world's best, the APP Tour and the 2025 APP Fort Lauderdale Open, coming to you live from the Fort, the home of the Association of Pickleball Players. As we welcome you into the booth here on Championship Court, alongside Next Gen National Team head coach Chad Edwards, I am Dorian Kraft. And Chad, the first major of the season, has not disappointed this far, serving up some major drama on day one.
Yeah, I think the biggest stories from yesterday, Chris Hayworth, the 1 seed, hadn't lost a men's singles in over a year. He got knocked out in the semifinals. Megan Fudge, the 1 seed, on the female side, and also looking for 2 more medals to become the most medal taker on the APP. She was knocked out, so she has another chance today, but tough conditions.
As we look at the Aura Organics gold medal match menu, this is what is coming up throughout the week. Our gold medal match for men's and women's singles is already set, and as has been the theme so far this year, some familiar faces, but a newcomer making their way to Championship Sunday in Pei Kao.
Yeah, Pei Kao, I personally have seen her play for a number of years now, and she's still progressing, and we saw that yesterday coming through the draws. We're going to see her in the quarterfinals here in mixed doubles today. She's playing exceptionally well. Sophia Seving, obviously, back in Championship Sunday in singles. We've seen her the last 3. Howells and Golden. It's going to be an interesting matchup there.
So mixed doubles on the docket today. We will be finding out who our finalist will be. What surprises could day 2 have in store, Chad?
Well, we've already seen a couple of upsets in the higher seeds. I think that the 1 and 2 seeds, they're going to have a tough road, mostly because of the conditions. It's not as windy as yesterday, which means it's hotter, so the ball's playing softer. We already saw a few 3-game matches early on in the brackets here, so right now it's all going to come down to who can make those adjustments the quickest, and it's really anybody's game right now.
Wind gusts aren't as bad today. It is still a little bit windy here in Fort Lauderdale. It is much more humid on this mixed doubles Friday. Nearly 70% humidity, wind 21 miles per hour, 82 degrees as we get set for mixed doubles action here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. We are just getting started here at the 2025 APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
At AARP volunteer and community events, they'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. Gamma, play to live, live to play. and Zimmer Biomet, moving you forward. Visit smarterknee.com today. Welcome back to Championship Court. Jack Munro, Richard Livornese Jr. there in the middle of the screen. The two friends play for the Next Gen national team. Chad, you know them well today. They're going to be on opposite sides of the court with their respective partners. Jack playing alongside Megan Fudge. They are the 2 seed in this tournament. Livornese playing alongside Riley Bohnert. They have been one of the steadier pairs towards the start of the 2025 season, coming together towards the end of 2024.
Yeah, we saw Livornese and Bohnert in the finals in Newport Beach at the end of last year. Obviously, we've seen Jack Munro and Megan Fudge already throughout the finals in mixed doubles here in 2025, taking a gold in Daytona. Both these teams kind of rolling through their early matches easily. But right now, it's all about the adjustments and the strategies that have been made to accommodate the wind, the heat. It's going to continue getting hotter as it goes through. We're coming on 12:05, 12:06. So they haven't played since 10 o'clock. It's already heated up more from there. The wind's picked up a little bit as well. So they've had a little bit of a break. They're going to come out. It's going to be a little bit of a feeling out process early on. Look for Livornese Jr. to get big in the middle. Try to really force the issue. Where he's gotten in trouble at times is trying to do too much. And then Munro, look for him to come out and try to be aggressive as well. Fudge is going to set him up well.
Fudge with the first ball driving back Livornese to earn this side out. You referenced the previous matches. Fudge and Munro took down Sophia Seving and Casey Diamond 5 and 7. There's a look at Riley Bohnert, 21 years old, living in Louisville, Kentucky. As Livornese Jr. steps across, pushes them onto second serve. That is Munro and Fudge. Livornese and Bohnert already with 2 wins under their belt today. They did not get the first round bye. They defeated Emily Cedarquist and Ryler DeHart in the round of 16, 7-3.
There's actually, with the major, there's no first round byes. Fudge and Munro won their first one 11-1, 11-1 against Luring and Reichardt.
He was right in the right spot, just misread it a little bit.
Yeah, but good spots there from Fudge, going right into that right armpit of Livornese. Those aggressive guys like Livornese, that for a right-hander, that right armpit, right shoulder is the weakest spot.
Elevated ball made for the easy put away for Bohnert as they scored the first point of the match. Munro, 21 years old from Buda, Texas. He is so often the X factor in the matches that he plays.
Yeah, we like to see him come out and be really aggressive in mixed doubles.
You got a cough button for that there, buddy?
It just came out of nowhere, and it was out of reach. I couldn't get to it.
Listen, if they can do it on the March Madness broadcast, you're fine here as Fudge gets the backhand cross-court winner, one apiece.
I'm so sorry. That was one of those sneaky coughs where it just like all of a sudden comes out. But yes, with Munro coming up, look for, one, his anticipation, but 2, how fast his hands are.
Great get from Munro. It went off the post there. And then landed just a bit out of bounds. So second serve coming.
Just
wind
out.
Carried it just a bit, and already you're seeing on that point. It's what we saw a lot in singles yesterday. The wind affects so many shots.
Yeah, and the wind is blowing slightly behind Munro and Fudge. We're getting more of a cross-court breeze right now.
Fudge coming up a little bit short there, but how does the wind play differently in terms of doubles where you see longer dink rallies than you do in singles?
Yeah, there's a little bit more hesitation as far as some speed ups in the wind here, but that's a good extended point, ball movement, moving the ball all around the kitchen. The other thing, too, is the respect for the hands for all four of these players. Ooh. That wasn't deep. That just blew wide, and that's the direction that the wind is going right now. Anything down, that left sideline on your screen right now, the wind's going from right to left on your screen. Look for balls to kind of even start 2 feet inside that sideline.
Fudge stepping up. Another cross-court winner. She's found some early success there creating that angle.
Yeah, Bohnert trying to catch Fudge uncoiling from the stack, but Fudge coming forward, locked and ready to counter.
Just wide. Fudge and Munro have made Championship Sunday in 2 of the first 3 tournaments here in 2025. They won a silver here in Fort Lauderdale in January. They took gold in Pictona.
Nice roll there from Livornese Jr. on the 4th. That's one of the things you'll see. Livornese Jr. and Bohnert can be a little bit more aggressive on their 4th and even on their 3rds. They're hitting into the wind. It's going to push it down a little bit more.
Nice pickup. Pop up Livornese there for the put away. Another point. They're out to a 3-1 lead.
And you're seeing some pop-ups on the Fudge and Munro side, and that's more from, when you hit with backspin in the wind, it kind of holds up a little bit more. Look for them to switch to kind of going with more topspin rolls, topspin on the drop. Ooh.
That's an easy put away there for Munro.
Yeah, Livornese did not fool Munro right there. Short, allows the hand to go to the ball, doesn't try to use the shoulder and elbow to take that paddle back. So this time, Bohnert going again, driving at Fudge, coming out of the uncoil from the stack, but instead of going right down the line where it's feeding into Fudge's backhand, she goes a little bit more middle. Munro feels the pressure of having to come over and try and protect Fudge as she's coming forward. He catches that one behind it.
Missed third there from Bohnert, side out, but not before she and Livornese extend their lead to 3. This is a good start for them going up against a pair of really tough opponents in the 2 seed.
Yeah, they're playing relatively clean right now as well. Not a few unforced errors.
The clean is often the key when taking on a Fudge and Munro team because their defense is so good. Oh, great touch from Livornese.
That's an absorption roll right there from Livornese. Gets it off the end of the paddle. That's purposeful right there. And adds a little backhand flick roll.
1-4-2.
Right down the middle for the winner. Livornese and Bohnert staying strong on defense.
Yeah, on strings there for Livornese Jr. and Bohnert. Good touch, good ball movement. Again, applying the pressure when needed.
4-1-1.
Livornese able to get out of the way. Another point as the forehand from Munro sails long. It's 5-1. A miss hit off of the edge guard of Fudge.
Well, the difficulty there is Fudge tries to clear the forehand and slide with that ball, but because of the wind, it slides into that right hip and ends up jamming her up. We'll get a timeout here from Fudge and Munro.
We take a timeout on the court. We will take a look at our Vlasic Pickles mixed doubles bracket. here in Fort Lauderdale. Fudge and Jack Munro, the 2 seeds. Will Howells, Bobby Oshiro, they are your defending champions from Sacramento. They are the top seed. This is our quarterfinal matchup coming up. There is not an easy match to be had. Which one are you looking forward to the most there?
Well, actually, it's Carvajal, Lange, and Blanco. They're kind of a surprise sliding through. I get to watch them a little bit earlier this morning, and we've always talked about Blanco, Carvajal, Lange, where if she didn't have some repeat injuries with the back, and she would be somebody that you would see a lot more consistently. Her partner, Blanco, he's been really active out there. We're seeing a lot of earnings. We're seeing him get big in the middle. I think, this one, probably the toughest matchup of the 4 quarters that we're going to see, but also on the top side of this draw with Howells and Oshiro going up against Maddox and Manthou, who did win a gold together last year in Newport Beach against Livornese Jr. and Bohnert. They're dangerous. They can take down anybody.
And very tough matchups at the top and the bottom of the draw. Blanco and Carvajal Lane took 3 games, but they got past Alexa Scholl and Tanner Tomasi to advance into the quarterfinals. Better ball there from Munro.
Yeah, and Tomasi and Scholl took out Walczak and Kafka, who we saw in the finals in Sacramento just a couple of weeks ago.
Chaos.
Just wide. Livornese Jr. almost got himself into trouble right there, but Fudge just pulling it a little too much. And Livornese Jr. rushing that 3rd shot drive. Ran on top of that ball, wasn't able to get underneath it, create any shape.
Just sneaking it through the middle is Livornese.
A good move there from Livornese Jr. Doesn't try and do too much. Does a good job not getting big with the take back.
Oh, full body. Just able to get out of the way is Munro.
Oh no.
Really?
That's right in the
side,
left
yeah.
hip.
Listen, Livornese got so big going for the Ernie attempt. Check out my field of vision.
He did block you.
Yeah.
He did block you. Good
Fudge
hands
is
there.
A little bit more power.
Yeah, good hands there from Fudge. Again, Livornese Jr. just rushing into that drive a little bit, not really using the legs, creating enough power.
Bohnert just catching it off the bottom of the egg guard. A miss hit, forces the side out. Big drive on the 3rd from Munro, forces the error.
Yeah, nice drive there from Munro. Livornese Jr. Standing up a little too tall when he gets to that ball. The paddle face is open. This time, though, a little bit of a bait ball almost. He floats that one. Fudge tries to attack, but Livornese Jr. sitting there ready to counter on the backhand.
Livornese Jr. doing a nice job in this match of really forcing the issue and keeping balls as deep in the court as possible.
Yeah, he does a good job of being aggressive there, especially on the backhand. He has the ability to really crank that backhand and accelerate through with the backhand roll.
Timeout on court, an offensive timeout taken by Bohnert and Livornese Jr. leading at 7-1 here in game number 1 of our mixed doubles quarterfinal. And Chad, I know you are a fan of the offensive timeout. We saw in singles a couple times yesterday it not pay dividends for Bohnert and Livornese to take this time out here, what is the thing that they need to capitalize coming back out onto the court?
Well, Livornese Junior Bohnert had kind of been stuck on 7 for a little bit. Look for Livornese to kind of calm himself down, not rush into that third shot drive. They're now, Fudge and Munro are now out of the stack, so there's not going to be that uncoil. So the opportunity to drive, it really needs to be off of a shorter ball rather than rushing in and trying to catch Fudge on an uncoil. I would probably say right here, roll the first drop, get yourself, work a longer point rather than trying to end this one quickly. Just find some rhythm back.
It may be hot and humid, but still a great crowd here on Championship Court early on this mixed doubles Friday. First match coming your way. We've got 4 quarterfinals, a pair of semis to decide who's moving on to Championship Sunday here in Fort Lauderdale. Bohnert speeds it up. Munro can't counter. 8-1-1.
That's an excellent spot there for Bohnert. Even though it's cross court, where she goes is right at the left pec of Jack Munro. So he's sitting forehand, has to slide across. When he hits that ball, ends up pulling it out wide.
Fudge, third time pulling it cross court.
Yeah, and Bohnert needed to go backhand there rather than the forehand. She got herself twisted up, needed to slide to the right, attack with that two-hand backhand.
Livornese Jr. just moving a little bit too much at the time of contact, side out.
Yeah, a good spot there from Fudge. She was ready for the drive, went straight into the right hip there of Livornese Jr. A little wide, a little too big on the take back. Oh, digs there from Fudge, keeping him in that, keeping him in that point, and then instantly goes on the attack.
Ernie from Livornese Jr. now both sides getting into it.
Well, that was Livornese Jr. just giving one back to Megan Fudge after her getting fired up from the previous one. You can't give Livornese Jr. any ball close to the corner of the court. He's so quick on that counter, and we see
great catch.
How fast he is. Yeah, we see how fast Livornese Jr.'s hands are right there. Mark Dancourt, equally fast hands up in the crowd there.
Doesn't need a paddle to have fast
Snags
hands.
it, fingertips.
It's going to be the new pickleball training. Catch balls in the crowd off the paddle. That time, Livornese Jr. lets it fly by. It is 9-3.
9-3-1.
Bohnert not able to make the dig. Second serve coming.
9-3-2.
Just wide.
Good defense there from Bohnert. Munro came over, was aggressive. Bohnert settles it back down, takes the ball out of the air, goes behind Munro.
Game point as Livornese goes for the towel. He will be on serve. It's 10-3-1. Or 10-3-2, rather.
10-3-2.
Bohnert is caught a little bit at the feet, so Munro and Fudge able to fight off one game point, but with work to do. Livornese steps over for the finish, but how about the defense?
Oh, the hands right there. Livornese Jr. taking a paddle, well, taking a ball just off the end of the paddle, somehow got it back.
Oh, and then a missed serve off the paddle of Munro. So Livornese Jr. and Bohnert will now have 2 opportunities to shut the door on game number 1.
You know, the interesting thing of this court right now, you only have one person out there with a tennis background. And that's Megan Fudge.
Yep. Played her collegiate tennis at Illinois. Lands just wide as Livornese Jr. and Bohnert take game number 1, 11-3 over the 2 seed. Game number 2 coming up next here on Championship Court.
Bohnert taking down Fudge and Munro.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Looking for ways to keep active and mobile? Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
At QVC, this is the age of possibility. It's you in bloom. Express your style. Be your bold self. Make your next move at QVC. This is the age of possibility. Shop now at QVC.com.
Of the match, Mark Dancourt out there in the snag, sitting next to his partner Amelia Schmidt. They fell in round 1 to Aiden Schenk and Jill Braverman. That one went 3. As we get set for game 2 here on Championship Court, Richard Livornese Jr., Riley Bohnert took game number 1 over Megan Fudge and Jack Munro, 11-3. What's the most important adjustment that Fudge and Munro need to make?
Well, now Fudge and Munro going into the wind, use the drop, but it's an aggressive drop. The drive really isn't going to go through the wind that much. An average drop or a regular drop, it has the tendency to get pushed down.
Great hands in the middle of that rally. A point for Bohnert and Livornese. We saw the majority of matches go to 3 games yesterday. Do you think that'll be the case today?
I think there's the big potential going into the quarters and semis now. It's almost a ball just missing Megan Fudge, but definitely going deep. That's a big adjustment there for Livornese Jr. and Bohnert. Is now they can't be as aggressive or hit flatter balls because it's going to go out. But yeah, back to the potential for a lot of 3-game matches here, quarterfinals and semis? Yes, and typically game 2 is going to be that figuring out from what seems to be today the more difficult side, which is where Livornese Junior and Bohnert are now.
Good get. Livornese puts it away as the wind swirling here on championship court. You're talking about the sides. Is it easier to adjust to dialing it back or having to ramp up the aggressiveness?
That's all, in reality, it's all personal. But, talking with some of the players yesterday, talking with Simone last night at dinner, the conditions here are not playing normal. Usually, a lot of players favor the wind behind the back. They don't like hitting into the wind as much, especially the more aggressive players. But here this week, it has been the better side to hit into that wind because it's pushing the ball down. You're not able to be aggressive with the wind behind you right now. And if your timing is off or your paddle face is a little too open, that ball is sailing deep.
That one sails sideways. We saw Eduardo Irizarry on the men's single side yesterday struggle with that a little bit with his one-handed backhand. It sailed on him at times. Wind gusting at 20 miles an hour today. We saw gusts as high as 25 on singles Thursday. Second serve coming. A sustained wind right now of 14 miles an hour to the southeast here in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, I'm telling you, in this facility, it feels like the wind is a lot stronger.
I would agree.
And I think, in essence, what it is that we have the championship stadium that isn't completed yet, but the structure is up. We have the indoor courts here on the other side, so it's creating this wind tunnel. And the wind and the speed of it is picking up as it comes between these buildings. So a lot of these courts, in reality, you're playing in a wind tunnel right now.
The players have acknowledged that regardless of the conditions, everyone's subject to the same issues, and you have to be content with just playing some ugly pickleball, but that was pretty from Munro as he shapes the ATP around for the winner.
Watch Munro hook this early. He's already has the paddle hooked as he's running, knows he's going to hit that ATP, just waits for it to develop.
Another point for Bohnert and Livornese.
A good counter there from Bohnert.
Livornese stepping across, maybe getting a little too big in that situation.
Yeah, that's definitely a situation there where Livornese Junior is trying to force the issue. That's something that him and I have had conversations on over the last year.
That time Livornese catching it a little bit chicken wing to point for Munro and Fudge.
Well, and Bohnert got away with that spot in game 1, going into that left hip of Munro. This time, he's sitting with that paddle much more further out in front, and he's shorter with it.
And came up short there as well. 2-all here in game number 2. The service error just a little bit long. Hear the wind picking up on the court mics.
It's going to land in.
Yep. Livornese Junior doing his best to make the adjustment, but the wind playing tricks with that one.
Well, it started over his right shoulder, ended up back corner over the left shoulder.
First lead of the match for Fudge and Munro.
Yeah, it was in. Munro originally saying no. That was more partner communication than an out call.
Munro sneaking it through the middle, pushes Bohnert and Livornese onto second serve.
Yeah, good ball movement there from Munro. Goes behind Livornese, takes that ball out of the air, is aggressive out wide to Riley Bohnert. Creating opportunities there, not being aggressive, but moving that ball around.
In the back corner for the winner, Fudge and Munro getting back on serve.
Right there. Watch the footwork of Bohnert. The ball pops up and she just plants the feet. Have to, especially in these windy conditions, you have to stay light on the feet, be able to move quickly and clear space. That was a ball where she should have been a lot more aggressive on, but because the feet got planted, she wasn't able to put a good swing on, and Fudge just went back behind Livornese Jr.
For younger players who may be watching, what was the correct footwork pattern that Bohnert needed to do?
Not be as wide. It's just a quick slide to clear the backhand.
Oh, great hands.
Oh, the defense there from Bohnert and Livornese Jr.
Wow.
Fudge
So good.
just trying to do a little too much with that last forehand, gets on top of it.
How many times have we seen Fudge and Munro do that to their opponents?
Oh, absolutely.
Timeout on the court. We will step away as well from a quick word from our sponsors.
Over 10 years ago, Gearbox changed the game. No honeycomb, no soft spots, just pure, patented technology. Players felt it instantly. This was different. That legacy lives on in the new GX2. With our SST 2.0 carbon fiber rib core, it delivers explosive pop, locked-in control, and unreal feel. It's not just better, it's Gearbox. Visit gearboxsports.com to experience the paddle built different.
Welcome back. Game number 2 underway here in our mixed doubles quarterfinal between the 7-seed Riley Bohnert and Richard Livornese Jr. there in black on your screen there, taking on the 2 seeds Megan Fudge and Jack Munro. Livornese and Bohnert took game number 1 11-3, trailing by 1, but on serve here in game number 2. This one has been a much more closely contested affair than game number 1.
Yeah, and that a lot of that comes down to the end change as well. Fudge and Munro can be a little bit more aggressive on this side, not worrying about pushing that ball deep.
Munro going for the Ernie, pushed it too long, 3 apiece.
Yeah, Munro just went for a little too much there with an open face on the paddle. Needed to roll that more.
Bohnert stepping up, injecting the power, and it pays dividends.
Yeah, good ball there from Bohnert. She had reset a couple of those earlier here in game 2. This time stepping up, applying the pressure. Well, that's one Livornese Jr. wants back. Good setup off of the third shot drive. Ooh.
Scorpion, but not able to clear the net, side out.
Yeah, smart there from Munro, though. Knew it was going to be a dead ball right in the middle of the kitchen after that little exchange of balls just getting over the net. Stays in.
Well in. Fudge just catching it off of the edge guard.
It looked like that ball just moved a little bit there for Fudge.
Oh, just long. Really quality communication.
Sure who Fudge was talking to in the stands there. But she certainly didn't think that ball was long.
A bit more pressure there from Fudge and Munro.
Again, Livornese Jr. trying to come over and get big, but the issue right there is he's coming over and getting big, but the paddle's behind his body. Needs to come over and get big with the paddle in front. Once that paddle gets behind the body, comes out flat, difficult to roll.
Well long there off the paddle of Fudge. Second serve coming.
Oh, Munro.
Livornese Jr. wants that one back, but the hands of Munro were so good.
Yeah, Munro, short and compact there, just blocking it back. Livornese Jr. again, big take back on that forehand. Better job there, finding the feet of Fudge as she was kind of pinned back toward the baseline.
Pulled it a little bit wide.
Hesitation there from Bohnert, was late getting to the forehand.
That one sails long. 5 apiece here in game number 2 as Bohnert and Livornese refuse to go away.
A good backhand flick there from Livornese Jr. right into the body of Fudge. Creates the elevated ball that ends up going deep.
Sneaks it through side out.
Yeah, crafty there from Munro. It's pulled out wide on that ball back behind him, but he speeds the ball up middle, allows himself to be able to slide back middle as well.
Oh, just got himself crossed up, did Livornese, and he knew it.
Got mixed up on the grip right there, went a little too far past Easton. Wasn't able to get back toward the backhand. Oh, it's in.
Couple of lines there. Good spot for Munro as he and Fudge go up 2.
Well, Munro much more active right now, creating opportunities when he sees them.
Timeout on court as Fudge and Munro opening up a 2-point advantage here in game number 2. They lead it 7-5 as we take a look back at our Gamma Live to Play Rally of the Match.
Again, the scramble and the defense. Somehow they got a couple of balls back right there. Then Fudge just getting on top of the last one.
And Fudge and Munro have been known for their defense. They've got great offensive firepower, great skill set, but their defense has been frustrating for opponents all season long. And Livornese Jr. and Bohnert giving them a little taste of their own medicine as Fudge and Munro getting some words in their corner from their coach. Bohnert and Livornese Jr. took game number 1, 11-3. Trailing by 2 here as they take a timeout. What's the conversation going on in the respective corners, Chad?
Well, right now it's for Livornese Jr. and Bohnert just to be a little bit more compact. Now with the wind behind, taking some swings that are just a little bit too big. For Munro and Fudge, it's for Munro to keep doing what he's doing. Create, manipulate, move that ball around, create an opening in the court where he can be aggressive and finish.
Good hustle from Fudge to be able to get to it, but Livornese Jr., we've seen him use that touch backhand a couple of times.
Oh, just a little too far.
So good on both sides.
Just a little too much on this backhand flick there from Livornese Jr. But again, the defense from Fudge and Munro. Oh.
No easy points between these four. Are you going to be okay?
No, I mean,
No.
There was a couple of balls right there. I don't know how Munro got one back, and then Fudge is scrambling across. And Livornese Jr. and Bohnert are playing with the wind, and Fudge and Munro is scrambling like they are.
Comes up a little bit short on the first attempt at game point. Bohnert and Livornese back on serve, trailing by 5. Livornese just running through the third there, second serve coming.
Yeah, easy ball and tried to go a little too easy with that drop.
Munro pushes it wide, so a point for Bohnert and Livornese. Another missed third there. Side out, Munro and Fudge leading 10-6-1. This is a second chance at game point. Fudge not able to make the pickup. Second serve. Bohnert comes up short. Fudge and Munro take game number 2. We're going to play 3 here in our mixed doubles quarterfinal here on Championship Court.
This is why we drink. We drink for tonight, finally in town on the same weekend. Inside jokes, the great outdoors, karaoke till dawn, another cold one and a second slice. We drink for tomorrow, for the 7 a.m. 5K and the tailgate that follows. for the personal best that's about to be bested. Kick flips and polar dips, drop shots, cheap shots, shoot your shot. We drink for the moment, shaky hands, steady beat, a blank canvas, trying to be something. Drink for yourself. No alcohol, no hangover, no empty calories, not a moment wasted. Partake brews the liquid. You bring the courage. Today is for the taking, and we make it happen.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
You're 0 for 15 against your daughter because of your toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks with small grip pads inside and out. Your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
A reminder to check out pickleballsuperstore.com to get your instant discount. Game number 3 coming up in our mixed doubles quarterfinal between the 2-seed Megan Fudge and Jack Munro and the 7-seed Riley Bohnert and Richard Livornese Jr. Bohnert and Livornese at the top of your screen. They took game 1 11-3. Fudge and Munro took game number 2. Oh.
Nope, just
long. And this is where things get interesting, Chad, because we've talked already yesterday extensively and today already again with the wind swirling and the sides that play differently. The side that Livornese and Bohnert are on has been the better side. So if you can build a substantial lead coming into the end change, you're giving yourself a good cushion.
Yes and no. Because the issue is you can only build a lead of 6.
That is true.
So finishing on what has proved to be the tougher side, if you look at, it's a score difference of 8 and 5 right there between games 1 and 2 as far as the ends go. There is the potential for Fudge and Munro finishing on the better side, that even if they're down 6-2, they can rattle off 9 points. So it's more so, yes, you want to go into the end change with a lead here for Bohnert and Livornese Jr., but you also need to make your adjustments from what just happened in game 2 when you get on that side.
Well, what is the adjustment they'll need to make as that goes wide? And this is, you talk about adjustments, forget adjustments. You can't have this. You got to play clean.
Yeah, and this right now, part of it in game 2, Livornese Jr. and Bohnert, they were a little lazy with the footwork. They were getting stuck. Weren't really countering or looking at going back at Munro and Fudge. And right here in game 3, Munro has come out, continued the momentum from game 2. He's active. He's creating opportunities.
That time, Livornese coming up short as Fudge and Munro applying the pressure early. They're out to a 5-1 lead here in game number 3. A timeout on court right before the end change.
I don't know how many times we talk about it. Right now, you've just lost 5 straight, and it's chaotic. You might as well just hold on to that.
We say that. We hear you and Dom say that so many times, and it's easy to say from the booth. As a player, when do you have that feeling where I can't afford to give up one more, even if it is right before the end change?
So in reality, they should have done it at 3 or 4, if they feel like really uncomfortable and really out of rhythm. This is it's already gone a little too long, but with that 5-point run, and in a game 3. Well, you might as well just wait one more point, and then you're going to get the free timeout anyway. So, yes, sometimes it works in the favor, but also too, we've seen it quite often where it's like, you come out, and they're at a 5-1 right now. So anyway, coming out, if it is 5-1, I can't remember if it's 5-1-1 or 5-1-2. But 5-1-1, you're coming out, you still have to do 2 stops before the end change. So it's a difficult situation. Yeah, it's 5-1-1. So you still need 2 stops right here.
Is there a difference in doubles and taking a break at 5-1-1 versus 5-1-2?
Well, that's just one.
Other than the one stop.
In a situation like this where you're taking a timeout before the end change?
Yes.
Yeah. Because at 5-1-2, then, okay, it's 1 stop.
Which Bohnert and Livornese did not get, so now we do head to the end change.
Yeah. So you use the timeout to try to slow the momentum, which still would have taken 2 stops to get the sub back to stop that momentum. And now you're into... 10 seconds after you took that timeout, you're into another timeout.
A momentum all on the side of the 2 seeds as Fudge and Munro out to a 6-1 lead headed into the end change. They've got the momentum, they've got the favorable side, and they have the lead as they have moving into the semifinals in their sights here in Fort Lauderdale. And what has been the biggest difference? Bohnert and Livornese, they came out like gangbusters in game number 1. Game number 2, they kept it tight for a while, but the flip has been script here.
Munro's been the difference. Munro has been much more active in the second half of game 2, and he's come out here in game 1 and taking control. You're seeing him all over the court right now. He's moving the ball around. He's being aggressive, driving, speeding up.
To that end, was there something that Livornese and Bohnert were doing to neutralize him better, or has he just elevated his level?
No,
of play?
he's elevated his level. He wasn't active like that in game 1 and the beginning of game 2.
Livornese missing into the net. Another point for Munro and Fudge as they are creating some comfortable distance here in game number 3.
Well, and right now for Livornese Junior Bohnert, it's not even strategically. There's nothing that they're in per se doing wrong strategically. What it is lazy footwork, and you can almost see the energy has died down.
That one's not coming back.
Oh, even right there, it took 12 extra shots to try and end that point.
That's the Fudge and Munro that we are used to seeing in terms of the defensive effort. Visible frustration there for Riley Bohnert as it crawled along the net before falling back on their side. More active hands from Jack Munro to force the side out.
Again, you're seeing the bounce in the step there from Munro and Fudge. Livornese and Bohnert just back on their heels.
Through the middle for the winner.
A good spot there. Getting Fudge in the right armpit. You see the chicken wing. Not able to keep that ball down.
7-point lead for the 2 seeds. Bohnert just getting a little big on the sitter. Another point for Fudge Munro, and they are 2 away from advancing into the semifinal.
I mean, Munro stepping up again. He's just creating chaos right there, trusting his hands. His anticipation is off the charts.
Match point. Right through the middle for the winner as Fudge and Munro are moving on into the semifinals. We will talk to the two seeds when we return here on Championship Court at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
The APP is sponsored by Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. Yola, for the champion in you. And PickleballSuperstore.com, official online retailer of the APP Tour.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're opting for care from a highly specialized team dedicated to treating one type of cancer, yours.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by USA Pickleball, official sanctioning body of the APP Tour. Franklin, official ball of the APP Tour. And Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature. Welcome back to Championship Court. Our second mixed doubles quarterfinal features the top seed of Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro. They're on the left of your screen in the white and navy. They are taking on the all-purple duo of Max Manthou and Christine Maddox. These are two teams very similar in terms of their ability to inject pace and power, but they do it differently. As Chad
Sorry,
finishes,
I had a mouthful of...
I was going to say, as Chad finishes his snack, it gives him an extra opportunity to get in some more thoughtful. Is Bobby Oshiro, 30 years old, from Plantation, Florida. She and Will Howells, they live here in Florida together. They train together, a very comfortable duo coming off of that gold medal in mixed doubles in Sacramento.
Yeah, and Oshiro and Howells are, like you said, they're very comfortable in their partnership. Oshiro, probably one of the best right side females on the APP right now. But the one thing that Maddox and Manthou have going for them is a little bit of craziness on the court. Max Manthou is going to step in. He can, in reality, speed up a ball from anywhere on the court. What he has to be what he has to be careful of and becomes dangerous is when they have the wind back behind them. So I definitely give a little bit of the advantage to Howells and Oshiro as far as a little bit more well-rounded game. They're able to work a point longer, but there's definitely that X factor of power coming from Maddox and Manthou.
Tons of power coming off of the paddle of Christine Maddox, 29 years old, from Santa Monica, California, played her collegiate tennis at Pepperdine. And you want to talk about two females that have the biggest overheads in the game. They're on court right now in Maddox and Oshiro.
Yeah, Bobby Oshiro, everybody's kind of surprised when she hits an overhead, but we've seen it for a number of years right now. A lot of power tied into that slider frame. And if you give her the opportunity to put a ball away with that forehand, she will. Christine Maddox, look for the big serve, the big forehand, and like you said, Dorian, that overhead. When Dom's in the booth, he's running scared.
And really, we've seen Howells and Oshiro take on Maddox and Manthou before. The key to that was being able to neutralize the power of Christine Maddox and take her out of the element a little bit.
Yeah, and Maddox and Manthou really haven't kind of had the runs in the tournaments that we thought they were going to after we saw them in Newport and they took the gold. Teams have kind of figured them out a little bit, right? If you work the point, you go behind Manthou, you pull Maddox out wide, it creates that opening in the middle. Maddox and Manthou need to play with that chaos. They need to really take opportunities to speed up. So against a team like Howells and Oshiro that are very good defensively as well, they really have to pick the right spots.
Continual conversation about the conditions with the wind.
I think the wind's picked up even more.
I would agree. It is now swirling here on Championship Court. It's tough to tell from that angle, but it is whipping steadily here in Fort Lauderdale, as it has been for the last two afternoons, gusting up now to 21 miles per hour out of the east-southeast. It feels stronger than that here. And we've seen the wind be able to neutralize some of the player skills. We saw it a lot in singles in terms of the players that are able to play cat and mouse, had a lot more success than the power players. And with the power game of Maddox and Manthou, do you think then the advantage perhaps lies with Howells and Oshiro?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there's multiple factors as far as leaning toward Howells and Oshiro. Part of it, like I said, was that well-rounded game. But we're seeing with the more aggressive teams and the more aggressive players, it has become much more difficult in these conditions to really, have the clean ball striking, the timing, and it's difficult to try to dial back your swing a little bit when you have such a strong wind that is coming from behind you.
Both of these teams have cruised fairly easily through their respective first two matches. Oshiro and Howells have given up just a total of 13 points through their first two. Meanwhile, for Manthou and Maddox, they've given up a total of 16 points. Their last one coming over Powell and Goldberg, 5-1. Oshiro and Howells taking down Eric Paylette and Rihanna Valdez in the round of 16, 3-3.
It's safe to say they've kind of figured out the wind around 10 o'clock. We are now at 1 o'clock.
1:15 to be exact, is the temperature climbing here in Fort Lauderdale. 81 degrees here on this Friday afternoon. Would you believe the wind is making it feel cooler, Chad?
No, because in our booth, it is a sweat box right now. There is plenty of wind, but it is not coming through the areas where we don't have tent sides up.
Humidity about 70 degrees here at the Fort for this 2025 APP Fort Lauderdale Open. Maddox finding the net.
Well, that's where Maddox needs to slide to the left there and clear the forehand. She kind of tried to speed up that forehand from the middle of the body.
Manthou driving Howells back, pushes Oshiro and Howells onto second serve.
Yeah, good balls there from Manthou.
Will Howells, of course, making waves yesterday in men's singles. Took down Chris Hayworth in the semifinal. It's Hayworth's first loss in more than a year. Great hands by Howells as he gets the winner.
That is the danger there against Will Howells. Little half scorpion, gets on top of that forehand, and then once he's kind of dialed into that speed up, now he can get on top of the ball, and with excellent finish with the two-hand backhand.
A missed return there from Maddox. Well, for the edge guard, that one about 3 feet out.
Two of those balls were going out. There's no way with Howells hitting as hard as he was and the height of that they were going to stay in.
Howells stepping across. Manthou not able to keep it in front. 3 quick points for the top seed, make it 5-0. And I'm thinking back to something that you said in the last match where the slice is going to sit up a little bit. Max Manthou loves to play with a ton of slice, especially off that backhand side.
Yeah. Heavy cut. And unfortunately into the wind. That ball doesn't slide through the court like Manthou's return normally does.
Maddox went 5-hole to get the winner to force the side out, but in an early hole. Missed third as the problems continue here for the pair in purple.
So it's actually 0-4.
The scoreboard on court was incorrect. We got it taken care of now.
Oh my gosh, what?
Goodness. How do you make that pickup?
I mean, that's an excellent speed up there from Maddox. Almost takes out Howell's throat, but somehow gets a paddle on it. It's still an elevated ball. He stabs it from below the net. I tell you what, Maddox and Manthou need to figure out how to let go of a ball that is chest high right now.
Is that just court recognition, or is it trying to do too much?
I think it's a little bit of just trying to do too much. That ball just wide, you know, especially on this end. Now, if they're on the side that Oshiro and Howells are, no, you have to hit those balls, but it's making the adjustment end to end as far as that wind and what it's going to do to the ball. That ball's deep.
sails long off the paddle of Maddox as she missed the backhand third. Uncharacteristically slow start for Maddox and Manthou.
Well, right now Maddox is trying to, is having a difficult time figuring out which part of the ball to be striking. We've seen her come out very flat. She's hit a couple into the net, didn't quite get the top edge of the paddle underneath the ball. Then she went a little too far and wasn't getting the bite.
Manthou going for the speed up, but catches the tape. Another point for Howells and Oshiro. Good pick. Manthou, Maddox not able to stem the tide. Oshiro and Howells continued to add to their lead.
Yeah, there's too much power, too much aggression there from Howells and Oshiro.
A timeout taken on court by Maddox and Manthou as they find themselves trailing by 6 here in game number 1, have yet to get on the scoreboard. Has it just been the cleanliness of Howells and Oshiro, or what is the main reason that we're seeing the differential in the score the way it is?
Well, it's a combination of a couple of things. Maddox and Manthou really haven't found a rhythm yet. And again, Maddox still trying to figure out the role and the contact point on the ground stroke, on those drives. But if you do make errors against Oshiro and Howells, they're going to make you pay. Howells and Oshiro are playing clean right now. They're applying pressure. They're using the speed up effectively. They're accelerating through the ball, getting on top of the ball when it needs to be. So, the first part is Maddox and Manthou need to clean up the errors that they've had so far. Secondly, they then need to be able to find that rhythm of when to speed up, when to be aggressive, how to move that ball around.
Got a little bit of help from a wing gust there, right as Howells went to tee off on the forehand.
Well, we saw how much the wind held up that slice there for Manthou. That's a better serve.
Deep serve skidded right off of the back line as Maddox and Manthou on the board here in game number 1.
Oh, it's in. Hey, sometimes it pays to be lucky. Hey, you bought the whole paddle, use it all.
That landed well within the court. A couple of big serves, though, from Christine Maddox, setting up the start of those points.
Right on the baseline.
That's not coming back.
Yeah, good job there from Howells. And you see each time he gets on top of that ball, goes down toward the feet of Maddox, it creates the next ball to come up. That was very surprising.
You and I were both surprised. Will Howells has a great overhead. And again, how much does the wind factor into that where you're maybe not sure of where it's actually going to land?
A lot, but I don't think there was ever any risk of that ball going out right there. Ooh, scramble.
Max Manthou keeping them in the point. And a timeout taken by Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro.
Yeah, good timeout call here from Howells and Oshiro. Just trying to slow the momentum of Manthou and Maddox. Manthou and Maddox able to create a little bit of chaos on the court right now.
It's gotten them right back into game number 1 as we've got a timeout on the court. The APP and the American Cancer Society are joining forces during National Pickleball Month this April to launch the APP Pickleball Challenge, a nationwide initiative designed to support people facing cancer and build healthier communities. They're challenging participants to play pickleball 10 times during the month and track your active minutes, competing with APP pros and friends for a spot atop the national leaderboard. You can start tracking your pickleball activity starting April 1st. You should have already done it, but if you're not, you can find more information at theapp.global.
Have you been tracking your activity?
I have been. I haven't gotten a whole lot of activity today. I slept through my first 2 alarms, but you know, it's been a good start to the month.
Slept through the alarms,
2 of
had
them.
a hair emergency.
Oh, that is a very real. I know you understand
That
the hair
is
emergency.
just a scramble. Yeah, there's not much I can do with my hair. It's just there.
Oh, just wide.
Oh, just what? I don't know. That was close.
It was close.
I think that was very close.
A little Dikembe Mutombo finger wag from Howells at the end of it.
No.
Earns the side out. Oshiro finding the feet.
Stop it. Oshiro's like, don't test my hands.
Bobby Oshiro missed some time at the beginning of the season, got married, took a couple of tournaments off, but made a successful return ahead of Sacramento.
Yeah,
Manthou putting that through the court.
2 golds in Sacramento. Women's
That's
doubles
right,
and mixed.
alongside Susanna Barr to pick up the gold. And then she and Will Howells. They won a gold last year in New York City as well. Manthou just getting a little caught on the feet, moving backwards. And pushes Oshiro and Howells back out to a 4-point lead. Good job by Oshiro crossing up Manthou there.
Well, and that's the danger of Oshiro. Like I said earlier, probably one of the best right side females on the APP. She can create from almost any ball.
And too much off the paddle of Maddox, and it brings up a game point for Oshiro and Howells.
And just a little impatient there from Maddox. Tough spot to try and speed up from. Good spot.
Fight off 1 game point. Able to stem the tide for the moment.
Howells just lunged at that last forehand. Yeah.
Right behind Howells for the winner, so a point for Maddox and Manthou.
Yeah, good spots there from Manthou. Aggressive into the body of Oshiro. Howells took a step to the middle to try and help Oshiro if he could, and then Manthou just went right behind that left shoulder. Ooh, there's the power. It's staying in. Oh,
chaotic point.
Goodness me. Somehow Oshiro caught that on the top edge, went straight up in the air, and then blew back in, and then she steps back up, sees the opportunity to speed up, slides it right into the body of Manthou.
Howells ready for the counter, finds the body of Maddox as they get back on serve.
Howells thought that was game point right there.
Got to serve it out, Will.
Knew just wide. Oshiro trying to sneak that one down the line. Not enough wind to be able to bring that one back in.
Good spot there for Maddox. So a couple of game points saved to get back on serve. That's now 3 that they've fought off. Wind picking up as Manthou puts it away.
Another good spot there from Manthou, elevated around the sternum of Oshiro.
How about that pickup, though, that he made through the transition after the third ball?
Yeah, Manthou, sneaky good.
Shouldn't be sneaky anyone. Anyone that's watched him should know.
Yeah, but he still gets some balls back where you're like, that shouldn't come back. And then he misses a ball that probably shouldn't be missed.
Listen, we've talked at length about this throughout the course of the last 2 seasons. The thing that can be it's so difficult. The pros make it look so easy when it's not.
Yeah. That was a situation where Maddox kind of watched to see what her shot was going to do. When Oshiro countered back at her, she was late getting to the backhand. Always have to anticipate that the ball's going to come back. It's going to come back into a spot where you want it to be.
Oshiro comes up a little short on the pickup, so Howells on serve. It's still game point. This is the 5th try for the top seeds. Goes long as Howells and Oshiro finally close the door on game number 1. They take it 11-6. Game 2 coming up next here at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
Sacramento, Oshiro, Will Howells continue.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
It took 3 games, but in Sacramento it was Bobby Oshiro and Will Howells taking the gold over Patrick Kafka and Dario Walczak. They are your defending gold medalists here on the APP Tour, looking to make it back-to-back golds in mixed doubles. Will Howells, he started off the season with a gold in mixed doubles here in Fort Lauderdale as he picks up the winner there. He was playing alongside Jill Braverman in the first tournament of the season.
Yeah, good shake and bake there from Howells and Oshiro.
Picking up right where they left off in game number 1.
Ball just got a little bit behind Oshiro there, got stuck not dropping that right foot back, giving herself some clearance.
Oshiro backhand winner down the line. That's an easy put away.
Well, and Doran, we were talking about the power and the strength of Oshiro before. You can see that in the fact that she's hitting that with a one-hand backhand. Not as many females hitting the one-hand backhand counter or attack. Oshiro very strong with the forearm, the shoulder.
Got caught on the right hip there as Maddox and Manthou on the board to even things up at 1 apiece.
Not coming back.
Nope.
Little unfortunate there for Manthou with the neck cord, but a good scramble just to get to that ball.
Too much off the backhand roll, not enough top spin to bring it in the court.
Yeah, especially with the wind behind right there. It has to be heavy, heavy top spin with big acceleration straight up the back of the ball. Maddox just catching too much of the ball there to even keep it in.
A big drive there from Howells finds the net. Characteristic error off the paddle of Howells.
Well, it's just a slight hesitation there from Howells. That's when he ended up catching that ball late, just a little flat.
Oh, slapped it through the court, did Howells. Manthou trying to go from below the net, and it feels like in watching Maddox and Manthou, the balls are more elevated than we're used to seeing from them. How do they find the feet more?
Well, it's the focus on the acceleration through the ball. With the wind behind you as well, you want to look at rolling more of your dinks rather than going with a flatter dink or a backspin dink, just because the fact that it holds up more in the wind. Well, that's a good counter.
Where's the line between playing to the conditions and playing your game?
Good counter there again from Manthou. Just got back on Oshiro before she could react. That to answer your question, that is the issue that a lot of players have with the windy conditions, because it's taking them away from their strengths. They're not able to really play the game that they want to, or two, that they've really developed and are strong at. And we saw that in singles yesterday with Chris Hayworth. Hayworth wasn't able to be as aggressive. He wasn't able to really use the big ground strokes, and it really frustrated him, took him out of his game. Well, that ball's out.
miscommunication there between Maddox and Manthou. Oshiro and Howells still sitting on a 1-point lead here in game number 2 after taking game 1 11-6 in our second mixed doubles quarterfinal as Oshiro pushes that one just long.
Yeah, and that's the speed up that Oshiro wants right there, but just too big on the backswing.
Getting up is Manthou to put it away.
Well, Manthou and Maddox are playing more aggressive here in game 2, but they're playing it aggressively with shorter, more compact swings. The issue in game 1 is that they were still with those larger swings that they've become used to. And with the wind, the ball moves around a little bit more.
Oshiro finding a good spot on the right hip of Manthou. She knows it. Oh, Will Howells, nice overhead to force the side out.
Yeah, good footwork there from Howells, and the big thing here is that he gets behind the ball. If he's trying to hit that ball from, if the ball is on that right side of his head, more than likely he's going to dump that into the net if he tries to hit down on top of it, or it'll sail deep because he can't hit through the ball.
And good footwork as well, oftentimes.
Oh!
Behind the back!
Oh, come on, Bobby, you let him down. No, good pick up there from Howells, but popped it up, and Maddox is not going to give you an easy ball from an overhead.
Let's have an overhead contest between these four.
Hey.
Manthou getting in on the fun.
Usually we see Manthou leaving the ground on those ones.
It's hot, it's humid. You got to conserve some energy today.
Tell you what.
That is two people who are sitting in their chairs.
I have a lot of sweat for just sitting in a stagnant position.
Manthou stepping up for the put away as they have drawn level with Oshiro and Howells here in game number 2. Definitely a much more grinded out style here in the second game. Howells able to get on top.
Well, I was just about to say, one thing we're not seeing from Howells and Oshiro here in game 2 is some aggression out of them. But a good spot to speed up from there. Created the pop-up and a good finish from Howells.
Aggression there from Oshiro. A timeout taken here by Bobby Oshiro and Will Howells, tied 2 apiece here in game number 2 after the top seeds took game 1 11-6. There's a look at Christine Maddox and Max Manthou, your APP Newport Beach mixed doubles champions, to close the door on the 2024 season. They kind of exploded onto the scene in that tournament. They made a nice run at USA Pickleball.
Well, they came out of qualies.
Exactly. They didn't have enough points. Christine Maddox, a little newer. Max Manthou had played rather sparsely, is now a staple on the tour. But where have you not seen maybe their game progress as much as you maybe anticipated in the start of 2025?
Well, I don't think it's as much as their game progressing as it is opponents have figured them out. Usually we see that when a new player comes on and makes a couple of deep runs is because they're so new. Nobody's figured them out yet. They haven't figured out the tendencies. They get away with some speed ups and some power when they're now everybody's kind of anticipating the power coming out of Christine Maddox and Max Manthou.
Also, now I'm going to put you on the spot. Where would you like to see their game grow?
Oh, it's in.
Oh, yep.
That's into. That's not in. Their ability to kind of work longer points. I think if they can work a longer point, move that ball around, create a dead dink in front, then use their power, I think that's the next step from them.
Just long. Back-to-back points for Oshiro and Howells coming out of the timeout.
Nice drop right there. Maddox just trying to pick it up and bump it over.
A timeout taken by Maddox and Manthou as Oshiro and Howells have come up and scored back-to-back points, taking a lead here in game number 2. This mixed doubles Friday here in Fort Lauderdale. The clouds moving in a little bit. Humid and windy day here at the fort has made conditions difficult, to say the least.
Well, the clouds are good for the fact of not getting as sunburnt. They're not so good as that it increases the humidity.
We started off at 70% humidity when we came on the air at noon. Currently, the humidity climbing just a point to 71%. What have you liked from Oshiro and Howells the last 2 points after they called their respective timeout?
One is the defense from Oshiro. She's gone on top of a couple of nice counters or attacks, I should say. And two is...
Oh.
Even when they're fighting balls off and countering, they never look under pressure. They're moving the ball around. They're calm. Maddox and Manthou are trying to move the ball around, and it's a little bit chaotic. It's a scramble.
Case in point, that last point, the Howells put away, pushes it to a 3-point lead here in game number 2.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, Maddox trying to get out of the way, could not clear enough space. Another point.
Well, she was sitting forehand right there and ended up getting crossed up. Just got it over that left shoulder. Yeah, good adjustment there for Manthou. getting on top of the ball. Maddox and Manthou still trying to find the answer here. Close this gap. And that's not it right there. Manthou trying to rush that drive and catch Howells on the uncoil.
It's been that kind of afternoon for Max Manthou and Christine Maddox.
Actually 2-7 right now. All right, good spot there from Howells. Manthou sitting a little too wide there on the forehand. Howells goes right at the left hip.
Howells and Oshiro have caught the hips of Manthou a couple of times in this match.
Well, that's the danger of not sitting toward that neutral where you can go forehand or backhand. You sit too heavy forehand. Takes a long time to get across that left side of the body. Or, as we saw Manthou there, he has to slide with the forehand, but it's not in a position to get it back over.
Points keep on coming for Howells and Oshiro. 8-2-1. Off the tape into the body of Howells. Second server on the way.
Yeah, Oshiro read the attack there, but she's countering from almost 3 feet behind the kitchen line. Yeah, good move there from Howells. Sees the opportunity for the Ernie. Aggressive. Maddox tries to block it and ends up pushing it deep.
Maddox again short, and it brings up a match point for the top seeds.
After it being close for so long here in game number 2, Howells and Oshiro putting it to him.
We'll have to wait a moment as they're not able to capitalize on their first match point.
I would have liked to see Manthou continue after that first drive. He stepped up, drove it, and then kind of moved out of the way. Maddox was about a step behind. I think Howells hit a couple of out balls right there. But he came to play.
Howells says we found our range. That time Howells a little bit short on the backhand dink. Back-to-back points for Maddox and Manthou.
Well, again, Howells right there just trying to reach and bump that ball over, kind of gets stuck flat-footed.
Oh, medium-paced ball falls well within the court, and Howells and Oshiro taking a timeout as their lead has been cut in half. So often we see teams with their back against the wall be able to make a run. What's been the biggest difference for Maddox and Manthou here over this last handful of points?
Well, actually, it's Howells and Oshiro. They're kind of taking their foot off the gas for a little bit. Not as aggressive. Footwork has slowed down. Manthou and Maddox creating a few more opportunities to put some pressure on it. And, we saw the two balls off the backhand of Will Howells where he didn't move those feet. That's good ball movement and moving the ball around. Going out wide, pinching back middle.
And game number 2 was tied at 2 apiece. Howells and Oshiro took a timeout. They then went on an 8-0 run. They had a match point. Maddox Manthou able to fight it off and have since scored 3 points of their own. Five, 10-2. Too much off the paddle of Maddox.
Impatient right there.
Not the right ball?
No, not as big a... Yes, it could have been sped up, but too big of a backswing and trying to do too much with it.
Match point number 2.
Oh.
Dots the line for the winner. Howells and Oshiro are moving on. They take it in straights, 11-6, 11-5. We will talk to the top seeds next here in Fort Lauderdale.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
Looking for ways to keep active and mobile? Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
One seeds, Bobby Oshiro, Will Howells moving on to the semifinals. Never really looked like they were under pressure. Came out, were aggressive, picked the right spots. Looking forward to seeing more of them in the semifinal. They're courtside with Dorian Kraft and Al Franklin post-match interview.
Bobby, Will, congratulations. You guys are moving on to a semifinal. I want to take you back there to the end of game number 2. You guys called a timeout after Max and Christine went on that little bit of a run. You were able to get the stop, close it out. What was the conversation in your corner?
Well, we wanted to be able to get up to the kitchen. That's where our strongest point is. So being able to stick to the game plan of getting up to that kitchen when we're on serve and being able to counter when we're returning and try to win points from there.
Now, Will, I'm going to put you on the spot. We've been talking about the conditions all week long. You just said to me, you like the conditions. You like the wind out here. Why?
We love a little adversity. Yeah, just have to get the feet going. And
and be purposeful with all your shots. So I don't mind it, honestly. It's a good challenge.
Well, you guys have presented a good challenge so far to your opponents. You're moving on to the semifinal. Don't go anywhere. There is still plenty of mixed doubles quarterfinal action coming up next here in Fort Lauderdale.
People at AARP volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
You're 0 for 15 against your daughter because of your toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks with small grip pads inside and out. Your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
Huh?
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. Les, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. And Classic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're choosing access to the James, dedicated support services, and an unmatched survivorship program.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by Partake Brewing, non-alcoholic brews crafted for those who make it happen.
Penetrex, daily joint and muscle care you can feel good about.
And Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Never stopping, I'm keeping it cold. Close to God, close to me. This ain't a fluke. I seen it way before it ever happened. It gave me the view. I had to put in my time on the TV. It coming in soon. I couldn't leave it all up to a variant or an experience. You gotta get it and do what it do. Hey, that homie is you. Always gonna wait till I didn't run it, came out, gun it, stop it. It's what you hear, not what you heard. I'ma show you what it's worth. Every day I'm on the earth till they put me in the dirt. I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it first. Said I'ma get into it. I can't break, that's the thing about me.
That was a look back at our Vlasic Pickles Instant Classic from Cape Coral, the APP US Collegiate Championships. Coming up on the APP Tour, we next head to Cincinnati. That is now a golden ticket event, May 6th through the 11th. Our second major of the year in New York at the end of May. And then we go back out west to Newport Beach. Visit the APP.global for more information, and especially how to register for any of those tournaments. Of course, a couple of players from the Collegiate Championships have made their way onto championship court today. You saw Jack Munro there playing for Texas. He played earlier alongside Megan Fudge. You'll see Aiden Schenk coming up a little bit later playing alongside Jill Braverman in our fourth quarterfinal. Meanwhile, our third quarterfinal, there's Pei Cao. She made her way into Championship Sunday on the women's singles side. Maybe more of an unknown quantity to viewers, but certainly a player that people should pay attention to.
Yeah, and Pei continues to grow in her game. From Vietnam, spends time in England, plays a lot of European pickleball. She's now playing over on the Asian side. There's only good things to say about Pei and where her game is going right now.
You've spent more time involved in international pickleball, especially from Australia, Simone from Brazil.
Yep.
You spent time with the Next Gen national team. With some sports, there's some stylistic differences between the international game and the U.S. game. Is there any of that in pickleball?
Yes. On the Asian side of pickleball, it's a lot more. It's a lot more like table tennis background. So there's flicks and there's rolls and badminton as well. On the European side, similar table tennis, some squash, obviously tennis. Pei was a very good tennis player.
A very heavy international flavor in this particular quarterfinal. As that sails long off the paddle of Cabot. You've got Blanco from Puerto Rico, Carvajal Lane representing Spain.
Yep.
That's just a great growth of the sport, though, as Lange sends that long off the backhand wing.
Well, and I would say kind of 3 years ago when I was over in England at the English Open, I probably would have put European pickleball 5 to 6 years behind the US. This last time in 2024, I think they've closed the gap probably, maybe 2 years behind. It's the growth worldwide is happening on a much faster and larger scale than what it did in the US. Obviously, since 2020, everything's boomed here, but yeah, the rest of the world's quickly catching up.
I know a question that I get asked quite frequently, I'm sure you fielded as well, is when will we see pickleball in the Olympics? Of course, the 2028 Olympics going to be held in Los Angeles. Grassroots efforts going on around the world to raise the level.
We're going to see it as an exhibition before we're going to see it in the game.
Well,
so
you have to have it as an exhibition before it's in the games.
Yeah.
You think 2028 is too soon for an exhibition?
I don't think it's going to be 2028. I think it's probably going to be 2032 in Brisbane.
You and I can hold on to call that one, bud.
Oh, my goodness, it's 7 more years.
I don't know if I can do another 7 years alongside you.
That's what I was waiting for.
Good put away there by Cal. Newer partnership with Cal and Eric Lange in this tournament. Lange has been playing primarily with Jana Newell, who partnered with husband Ben Newell for this particular tournament.
Oh, good use of the net cord there from Lange. That's one spot where you really don't want to test Eric Lange, and that is the backhand counter. You actually have to try and attack him from away from the body, not into the body.
Carvajal not able to make the volley there. A 2-0-1 with Lange on serve. Nice counter there from Carvajal.
Well, you see right there from Carvajal where the first attack went right into the body of Lane, and he was on top of it. And now on that last ball, Lange kind of a little bit more extended. Again, right into the body. Lange is so strong inside those shoulders. Most big guys, they want to get extended. They want to have that reach. Lange sits, and he's so compact and so fast inside the body, but you have to get him extended.
Ooh. Perhaps an out ball did not matter as Carvajal able to get it at the feet of Lange. That's a big man getting low.
Yeah.
Eric Lange, every bit of 6'4". I think he's actually
He's
taller than Chris Hayworth.
No, it's just Eric Lange is
a bit broader.
He's deceptive as far as his height.
Well, listen,
the size of the body makes him look taller than he is.
I'm 5'6". Once you get above 6 foot, everyone kind of looks the same until they get to like 7 feet.
That is true. That is true. You're looking up at the majority of people.
I am. So we have to get me a booster when we do stand-ups.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. Now that we're sitting in chairs, we don't need the boosters. There we go from Cal.
I love Cal's vocality on the court.
She gets fired up. She gets vocal. Good intensity. And she's so quiet and so shy off the court, but she's very intense on the court.
Is there another player that she reminds you of in that respect?
Ooh, just a little flat right there. I'm trying to think. Jana Newell's one of them.
I would agree. Lange just coming up a little short there on the 5th side out.
Whoa.
Big wing gust coming through the booth here on Championship Court. Oh, got it.
Ooh, that was deep.
Just long.
Excellent get there from Blanco. Make him hit one more ball.
Into the net there. It was actually Blanco and Carvajal Lane who took out the Newells in round number 1, 6 and 4, and then topped Alexis Scholl and Tanner Tomasi in the round of 16. Lange and Cal squared up against Simone Jarging and her brother Marcelo in the opening round, and then got past Susanna Barr and Brandon Lane in 3. Good ball there from Carvajal Lane. Of course, Carvajal Lane and Brandon Lane, spouses. You're looking intently at the bracket partner.
I'm looking at the last matchup there for Scholl, Tomasi, Blanco, and Carvajal Lane. 10-12, 12-10.
15
and then
11-5.
And then it was 5-5 in game 3. And then Tomasi and Scholl kind of just fell apart a little bit, and Carvajal Lane and Blanco just, what I haven't seen yet from Blanco is him getting big and aggressive in the middle and really moving. I don't think he's kind of needed to as of yet, but the first 2 rounds, he was really flashing some paddle.
It's a good spot there from Eric Lange. That score line that you were just talking about, kind of reminiscent of what we saw from Richard Livornese Jr. and Riley Bohnert in their opening matchup against Megan Fudge and Jack Munro.
Just hit the post.
A little too soon on the ATP attempt from Cow.
Yeah, tried to go for a little too much angle there. Remember on the ATP, you've got that back corner, and in reality, that's kind of your spot that you want to be shooting for. Don't need to bring that back around in the kitchen.
Cow comes up short on the cross-court attempt. Oh, good reaction.
And then
Blanco worked himself back into the point.
Yeah, Blanco was ready for that speed up down the line there from Cal. Tried to hide it, but good job there.
Four, 3-1 here in game number 1 of our 3rd mixed doubles quarterfinal. Off the edge guard.
I really like Cal on the left and Lange on the right. I know it's backwards mixed doubles, but I think Cal does a better job creating on the left.
This part of the bracket matches up with Megan Fudge and Jack Munro. As Lange gets outstretched, can't bring it back in the court. Side out gets Cow and Lange back on serve, trailing by 2. Missed third there from Lange.
Now Lange kind of just walks through that drop. Ooh, it almost
Return
blew
just
back in.
Sails wide.
Good job there from Carvajal Lane, sliding to the right after that one-hand backhand there. This one, she slides, gets a little bit more clearance, can really be aggressive with that two-hand.
Good ball there from Lange, puts it right at the feet of Blanco to push them onto second serve.
Yeah, I heard Carvajal Lane say watch it as soon as it came off her paddle.
A missed return there from Eric Lange, a gifted point. 6-4-2. Then Cal just getting a little big, coming right into the net.
Yeah, way behind the head right there.
A little tricky from Cal.
Well, a good combination there from Cal. Sees the big opening down the line and then takes the second ball back through the middle. Carvajal Lane she hesitated to come over and cover middle right there. I think Blanco was going to do both.
Cal getting a little jammed up, chicken wing action. Nice footwork there from Blanco.
Ooh, that's in.
Yep.
That's out.
Not.
Oh, my goodness. You saw that on that overhead, Cal's elbow all the way down by her side. You watch it right here. Never fully gets extended up on top. So with that elbow being down, it's just going to come out flat.
How important is it for that extension, especially in these types of conditions where the ball can sail?
Oh, huge. Huge, especially footwork and being able to keep that ball out in front. If it gets behind you or it gets too low, you got the wind behind you as well.
Good hands.
Oh, again.
Nice flick off the backhand wing.
So it's the slight movement from Blanco. Carvajal Lane hesitates. She doesn't want to take that forehand away from Blanco with her backhand.
Blanco not able to make the pickup as Cal and Lange get back on serve. Right through the middle for the winner.
Just split the difference right here, the uncoil. Carvajal Lane, even though being the female there, almost needs to step into the middle and protect Blanco as he's coming forward out of the uncoil. That was out.
Cal covering after Lange went for the backhand Ernie. Back-to-back points to get within one.
I think Blanco hit an out ball early on in that point.
It was a big serve from Pei-Kao as well. We've seen a couple of big serves from the females. Christine Maddox had a few that painted the lines. Return sails long, 7 apiece. Blanco asking for confirmation, but that return was indeed deep. Blanco putting it right on the feet of Eric Lange.
Yeah, good hands there from Blanco. Anticipates the drive from Lange. Backhand, forehand, backhand overhead right in the foot.
Ooh. Undercut there from Lange. Taking that out of Max Manthou's book.
A little ninja slice right here.
Lange and Max Manthou, men's doubles partner, part of that Pacific Northwest contingent, as they have taken the lead 8-7. Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco taking a timeout on court as they have seen their lead erased. There's a look at Peicow, 30 years old, lives in London, but Chad, as you mentioned, has split time from Vietnam originally, splits time now between Asia and London, is committed more to the training over the last several years. Meanwhile, Eric Lange from West Lynn, Oregon, 44 years old. He's had a birthday sometime recently. The last time we had a tournament, I'm pretty sure that read 43.
Maybe. Just don't tell him that you're kind of keeping track of his age.
No, it's just that I remember. I'm not keeping track. I remember things. If it makes you feel better, I don't know how old you are.
I just turned 43 last week.
Well, there you go.
All you just need to know is I'm old.
Carvajal Lane, 27 years old, living in Melbourne Beach, Florida. All the Florida players, we've had conversations about how they're used to this type of weather.
You can be used to it, but playing a tournament out all day long, completely different.
Blanco from Havana, Cuba. What's the key to outlasting conditions like this? We've talked about the wind, and the wind has kind of overshadowed the rest of the conditions, but the heat and the humidity is a problem in and of itself.
Well, obviously, one is hydration. Two, get shade. If you can get into air conditioning, get into that whenever you're not out on the court. I mean, I'm blown away that Lange and Cow are out there in black right now.
Well, at some point, it can be a power move. Show up in all black. Weather doesn't bother me.
I show up in all black, and I'm crawling off the court after I completely dehydrated myself.
8-7-2, back on serve. Back to play here in game number one of our mixed doubles quarter. Good reaction from Blanco. Carvajal Lane able to force the side out. They get back on serve.
There's a few too many errors from Carvajal Lane and Blanco right before that timeout. We saw their lead dissipate. A couple of miscommunications.
The miscommunication there, right down Broadway for the medium-paced winner.
I mean, if I'm Lange and Cal right now, I'm going middle all day long until they can figure it out.
Whose ball should that have been?
That one was probably more Carvajal Lane because it was a little bit more cross-court and wasn't quite as much middle.
It was a big swing there from Blanco, sends it well long, and a quick side out.
Oh, that was an out ball, but Blanco could not get out of the way and instead sailed his ball deep.
It gets on you so quickly.
That's a reset there from Carvajal Lane. Didn't try to do too much with it, just got it back below the net.
Lange finds the net, so not able to really extend the lead.
Ooh.
That is one that Carvajal Lane is going to want back.
Woo! That one just jumped off the paddle of Cal right there.
It's one of those balls as a player you just have to shake off and be like, well, that happened.
You're trying to grab it before it gets away too far.
Making up for it there with a cross up on Blanco to get back on serve.
Oh, what a scramble from Blanco.
The defense so good.
Blanco and Carvajal Lane spread out all over the court right there.
Felt like Cal and Lange won that point a couple of times. Big third drive there from Cal finds the net. Is neither team able to draw any closer to 11. Too much off the paddle of Cal. 9-all here in game number 1.
Yeah, good leave there from from Blanco, knowing that ball's down below the net. Cal not able to really create a whole lot of shape with it. Yeah, I got him off the body anyway.
Eric Lange, medium-paced Ernie through the middle.
Yeah, good move there from Lange. Knew there was nowhere else for Blanco to go. Blanco trying to come back over, cover cross-court. Carvajal Lane left out.
Lange had options. He could go middle or all the way cross. Steps up but puts it long. Still 9-9-2 here in game number 1. Winner of this one will advance into the semifinal where they will face the 2 seed of Megan Fudge and Jack Munro, who are sitting courtside above the side that Lange and Cal are on right now. Is that through the middle? And that finally brings up a game point.
Yeah, good move there from Lange. Gets big in the middle, uses his reach and extension.
Whew. Not able to capitalize. Good defense by Blanco to get back on serve.
Yeah, good powerful flick there on the backhand side from Blanco. Ooh.
Lange going right at the feet. Little backhand flick.
Yeah, good patience there from Lange. A couple of balls there where he thought he was going to speed it up. Just rolled it with a little bit more pace each time. Getting Carvajal Lane to bump it higher and higher.
Oh.
Ooh, that hit his leg, though.
Oh, Respect the tweener attempt, though.
Just caught the inner thigh.
That goes wide, and Eric Lange and Pei Cao take game number 1 in a back-and-forth affair, 11-9. Game 2 coming up next here in our mixed doubles quarterfinal.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
At AARP volunteer and community events, they'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
If you're watching at home and you're in and around the Fort Lauderdale Open, come join us for the final 2 days of the APP Fort Lauderdale Open. Tickets are still available to come and watch the live action here at the Fort. A great crowd filling in here on Championship Court today for our mixed doubles action. We have 2 teams into the semifinals, 2 more left to determine. Pei Cao, Eric Lange trying to be the third to advance. They took game 1 11-9 over Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco. And that one, a very
back and forth.
Nip and tuck. What was the difference maker in game 1?
Errors from Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco down the stretch. They had what seemed to be somewhat of a comfortable lead, and then ended up a couple of miscommunications in the middle. Some wide attacks. Cao and Lange stepped up and were a little bit more aggressive.
It'd be Cao and Lange to serve first here in game number 2. The side that they are playing on has been typically the preferred side. Is that going to sail just long off of the pickup from Blanco? Missed third from Cao, side out.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times from Cao, where it's not quite getting the top edge of the paddle underneath the ball, so it's coming out flat.
Just gets the dribbler.
Somehow that didn't
not, yeah.
blow back in and hit the crossbar.
Unfortunate for Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco.
She just threw her hands up. She's like, there's nothing I can do.
Cow all over it, puts it down the backhand side.
Yeah, wrong spot there for Blanco. Tries to speed it up at Cow. Ends up going behind himself and giving the opening down the line.
Into the net, another point for Lange and Cow. Good ball there from Blanco through the middle.
Yeah, it was good ball movement from Carvajal Lane. Creating the pop-up there from Cal. Blanco able to reach in, put the finish on it.
Wide off the paddle of Lange.
Another good counter there from Carvajal Lane. Gets on top with that two-hand backhand.
Good speed up there from Blanco.
Too big on the backswing there from Blanco. I think Lange got away with one.
A missed return, 2 apiece. Missed third there from Blanco, side out.
Well, the back and forth has continued here in game number 2.
Saw a multitude of matches go 3 games yesterday as Lange can't make the pickup there. Game number 1 in our mixed doubles quarters rather went 3. Lange finds another winner off the backhand side.
Yeah, good combo there from Lange. Speeds up down the line. Carvajal Lane tries to slide to that backhand and clears it. What ends up happening is it leaves a little bit larger hole for Lange to then slide that ball through.
Stepping up, tried to slide it behind Carvajal Lane.
Oh, fancy footwork right here. Yuck.
Well, net cord love there, 3-all.
Yeah, not the right spot there for Cal. Spinning it up from below the net, cross court. Carvajal Lane had just too much time to react. Bogan just got a little too far behind Carvajal Lane right there. And stepping up with the big backswing. It's almost like a secondary backswing.
Blanco doing work. Just could not get the winner.
Well, he tried to call Carvajal Lane off one of those balls as well.
A 3-all after a closely contested game number 1 was won by Cow and Lange 11-9. Caught Cow there in the middle of the transition zone. Second serve. Another point for Lange and Cow as the ball finds the net on the side of Carvajal Lane and Blanco.
There's a big serve there from Cow that started it all. Oh, got him. Duck, Eric, duck.
Anybody else, that ball is 3 feet out.
Lange just said he was ducking. It's one way you just got to hit the floor. Old tweener this time worked. Oh, we got them back, got themselves back into the point, and then just a little too impatient there from Blanco.
And then a missed third so quickly, giving the serve right back to Eric Lange and Pei Cow, leading 4-3-1 here in game number 2 rather, and we will get an offensive timeout on the court. Humana would like to recognize Mike Eitingon for the Humana Human Care Spotlight. Mike has earned the nickname Maintenance Mike for his unwavering commitment to make every pickleball event he attends better. If you're looking for Mike at an APP tournament, he's likely taping or drying courts, filling up water jugs, or joking around with the staff. He is truly one of a kind, and the APP is better because of him. Thank you, Mike.
I don't know if I've ever seen the guy sit down, to be honest with you.
He was in our booth a couple of times yesterday, checking on everything.
He was fixing stuff in here. You see him over pushing water carts around, restocking stuff. I mean, I know he's thankful that we don't have to tape any courts here at the fort.
They might be bouncing that out with the water jugs here today as it is hot and humid. Great crowd here on Championship Court on hand to see this mixed doubles Friday. We are 2 matches in. This our 3rd quarterfinal. We still have 1 more quarter and a pair of semis to go. 2 of our championship Sunday matches are already set here in Fort Lauderdale. Pei Cow going to be playing women's singles. She'll be taking on Sophia Seving, and on the men's side, Will Howells. He and Bobby Oshiro in the mixed doubles into the semis. Howells will play in the gold medal match against Grayson Golden on Sunday after Howells took down the top seed Chris Hayworth. Lange stepping up, paints the line for the winner.
Yeah, good shake and bake there. Sorry, I have my microphone up over my head while I was cleaning the sunglasses. Good shake and bake there from Cow and Lange. Cow taking that drive down the line. Lange covering a whole lot of court. Oh, and again, this time Lange going a little too much middle.
Carvajal Lane can't make the pickup as Cow and Lange have doubled up their opponents here in game number 2, 6-3-2.
Well, those are the errors that Carvajal Lane and Blanco can't have, and those are the errors that we saw down the tail end of game 1 where they lost that lead.
Eric Lange returning the favor on the unforced backhand error. Carvajal Lane overshoots the mark. And to your point, the unforced errors just starting to pile up on the side of Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco.
Yeah, and that ball right there, it's trying to force the issue, create something that really isn't there.
Blanco going off the tape, gets rewarded.
Yeah, good use of the net cord there for Blanco. That one just short there from Carvajal Lane. Good ball, finding the feet. You know, it just feels like a lot of the energy has kind of dissipated from Carvajal Lane and Blanco. You're seeing some spurts.
It's a good response there defensively.
That's smart there from Lange. Drove the first one. Carvajal Lane took a step back to try to give himself some more time. Lange came up, making it look like he was going to hit it as hard as he could, and he just hit it at 50%. A little selfie right there from Eric Lange. Get a timeout here by Carvajal Lane and Blanco. Lange and Cow now doubling up Blanco and Carvajal Lane, 8-4.
And Cow and Lange inching closer to moving on to the semifinals here on our Mixed Doubles Friday. A little bit of an animated conversation there on the side of Blanco. If you're in their corner, Chad, what would you be telling them?
Yeah, just try to settle back down, pick up the intensity, focus on the footwork, focus on ball striking, work the point a little bit more. Allow Cow and Lange to be impatient. You don't need to pull the trigger unless there's a really good opportunity.
Against Lange and Cow, what does a good opportunity look like?
Well, they're going to give you a dead ball eventually, or they're going to get impatient themselves and try and speed a ball up. We've seen Cow try to speed a couple of balls up cross court, and Carvajal Lane has had a good counter and getting on top of it, and vice versa with Lange and trying to go at Blanco. But right now, Carvajal Lane and Blanco are trying to force the issue. They're pressing. They're trying to do a little too much, and what has ended up happening is the unforced errors are kind of crept in.
Eight, 4-2. Good spot by Carvajal Lane to force the side out. So you get the stop that you needed if you're Blanco and Carvajal Lane coming out of the timeout. What is the plan offensively here?
Same thing. Just work the point. Look at playing a longer point rather than trying to rush through the point.
Really good ball movement there, and it pays off.
Yeah, I got a little help from the net cord right there. But it was actually the save or the reset from Carvajal Lane in the middle of that point that got them back into it. Blanco was just a little too quick with the speed up.
Nobody home in the middle of the court.
Well, that's set up by the wider ball, pulling Carvajal Lane off the court.
Backhand flick is Lange's strength.
Yeah, and I like where Blanco's trying to do, create some chaos, but again, at the same time, two balls, he comes forward, he's trying to create a little bit of chaos and open up a hole, but ends up leaving himself and his partner in a tough situation.
Ooh, you don't see Eric Lange miss that ball very often.
I'm not sure why he tried to speed up that ball, to be honest with you. Ball just died as it got over the net.
Just long. Blanco and Carvajal Lane back on serve, still within striking distance, 8-5-1, or 5-8-1 rather, on their side.
Ooh.
They both looked a little unsure on the call.
That was in. Well, Lange and Cal aren't going to ask the referee.
And now Blanco overturns the call.
What's going on? What's going on here?
So neither of the refs say they saw the call.
So they...
so Carvajal Lane initially called it out. And then she was on serve.
Blanco called it out as well.
They did, and then...
Yeah, but it makes it 8-6. Blanco was serving.
He was serving, so he took the serve. Okay. So the call on the court's going to stand 6-8-1.
Yikes. That one's just out. Double off the back wall right there.
Stand up, or was there a play?
No play. Shot the gap.
Also long.
So both the attacks there from Blanco and Carvajal Lane, they're attacking from below the net, but they're hitting up. There needs to be some acceleration up the back of the ball rather than just hitting up at it, because without the acceleration, there's no bite, there's no shape on that ball.
Blanco able to put that elevated ball away. Lange not able to course correct. He gets outstretched side out as Carvajal Lane and Blanco refuse to go away.
Well, they're going to keep firing shots as long as Cal and Lange allow them to hang around. Just exchanging side outs right now. Well,
Lange went to pull the trigger and found the tape instead.
That's a little impatient there from Lange as well. That ball's out.
Missed it.
Wowza.
What a turn of events here in game number 2.
Flip the script. Cal and Lange were down big in game 1. Came back and took it over Carvajal Lane and Blanco. Now, Cal and Lange were up. What was it, 8-2 at one point?
It was most certainly 8-4 recently. On serve for Cal and Lange. They had an opportunity. to shut the door here. Good cover. Oh,
wow.
And then Cow can't make the easy money dink.
Wow. Good move there from Blanco, but an even better cover from Carvajal Lane.
Nine, 8-2. Lange trying to make something happen. It goes long. And Blanco and Carvajal Lane have worked themselves a game point.
Wow. So you want to talk about a situation where you lose focus and you try to force the issue? We've seen it from both teams so far.
Oh. Sat on the net cord. As Cow and Lange able to get back on serve, now finding themselves trailing by 2 here in game number 2 after having a sizable lead. Lange comes up short on the 5th. Second serve. Blanco inserting himself in the middle as they will have another chance to send this to a decisive game number 3. A timeout here taken by Eric Lange and Pei Cow. Are you surprised it took him this long to call a timeout?
Yeah, it probably should have happened when it was 8-6, when they were stuck. They'll regroup, recalm themselves down a little bit.
A timeout on court. We will take a quick break as well. Carvajal Lane and Blanco trying to close it out here in game number 2.
Over 10 years ago, Gearbox changed the game. No honeycomb, no soft spots, just pure, patented technology. Players felt it instantly. This was different. That legacy lives on in the new GX2. With our SST 2.0 carbon fiber rib core, it delivers explosive pop, locked-in control, and unreal feel. It's not just better, it's Gearbox. Visit gearboxsports.com to experience the paddle built different.
Welcome back. Carvajal Lane and Blanco having erased a substantial deficit here in game number 2. And are now serving to force a winner-take-all game number 3 here in our mixed doubles quarterfinal against Peg Cow and Eric Lange.
Oh, got it.
Right in the body.
Sure, we'll go there.
I think that's the most excited you've been all day.
I'm all for a good body bag. Ooh, can't pick it up right there for Carvajal Lane.
So a good timeout taken by Lange and Cow. They get 2 defensive stops to get back on serve. Just inside the court.
Oh, yeah. About a foot and a half in.
And you think about this run that Carvajal Lane and Blanco have been on. You go back to that overhead that they both called out. That was kind of the tipping point for their late run. Good pick.
Oh.
Yo,
it's in. No.
Oh, finally, Blanco puts it away.
Good dig there from Cal, but not the best move by trying to speed up there again after.
Oh, miscommunication between Lange and Cal about whether or not that ball was going to be out. And the end result is a side out. Carvajal, Lange, and Blanco, another set of game points.
Oh.
Not going to get that one back. Another big put away from Lange.
Just a few too many times with the tweener there from Blanco. Sits a little too far on the forehand, so he's not able to get back to that backhand. He was forced to hit the tweener in reality.
Cal pushing Carvajal, Lange back, and a couple of missed opportunities on their side. Lange and Cal now back on serve. They fought off 5 game points.
Oh. Patience.
Oh, Lange not able to make it. Blanco staying in the point.
You could tell as soon as Cal reset that, got it back into the kitchen, then very next ball she was going to try and speed up. Need to rework that point again.
Well long off the paddle of Lange. To talk about reworking the point, does that come from partner unfamiliarity or less comfortable playing doubles? Mixed doubles, rather.
Just in general of playing in a situation where you can't always get away by speeding balls up.
It took nearly half an hour, but Carvajal, Lange, and Blanco force a game number 3. We will go the distance here on Championship Court.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors to capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
The APP is sponsored by the Botanist Island Dry Gin, distilled with 22 wild botanicals. Road to Pro. Unlock your potential with the official sock of the APP Tour. And C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. Eric Lange and Pei Cao took game number 1, 11-9. They held a sizable lead in game number 2, but could not hang on as Carvajal, Lange, and Blanco 6 attempts at game point before finally capitalizing to send us to game number 3 here in our third mixed doubles semifinal. This one The winner of this one will move on to face Megan Fudge and Jack Munro. Our fourth quarter will be Allison Harris and Will Sobek against Aiden Schenk and Jill Braverman. About as even as we could be through two games, 20 points apiece. Both games going 11-9 in favor of the respective winners. Carvajal, Lange, and Blanco to serve first here in the third.
Side out.
Quick side out after Carvajal Lane can't make the pickup in the transition zone.
0-0-1. Point.
Missed return as Cow and Lang get on the board first.
Well, if anything is to be said about this one, no lead
is
safe.
1-0-1.
Good balls there from Carvajal Lane. Really focused on the footwork there. Gave herself good space and separation.
One, 0-2.
Little misdirect from Lang as that sails wide. Another point, 2-0.
2-0-2.
Oh, good spot right there. Lang kind of hugging the sideline a little too much. Finds the hole right in the middle.
Side out as Carvajal Lane and Blanco get back on serve.
Just
too much.
Zero, 2-2.
Another big drive off of the third. Sails long, a side out, and as Cow and Lang able to have a defensive stand.
2-0-1.
Oh, looked like Cow and Lang were in complete control of that. But a good adjustment there from Carvajal Lane and Blanco.
2-0-2.
Ambitious attempt from Lang.
Well, this is where you're kind of going into an hour and 20 minutes out on the court in the sun. Wise decisions tend to fail you when you get a little bit too much heat.
There was cloud cover when this match began. It has started to burn off here in Fort Lauderdale as we are past 3 o'clock on this mixed doubles Friday. 82 degrees.
Oh, good move there from Blanco. And again, the cover by Carvajal Lane. Now, they haven't played much together, but you can see the understanding that if Blanco's crashing hard, Carvajal Lane's going to be there to close the distance and cover the vacant spot left by Blanco.
Lange puts it right at the feet as Blanco moving forward, side out.
Tell you what, it feels a lot hotter. What did you say, 82?
I did say 82.
What's the real feel? 105?
81.
No way.
The wind is making it feel cooler, according to my weather app. Good defense.
It's crazy.
The weather or the defense?
The weather. Because it feels way hotter than yesterday.
Lange, mid-speed winner through the middle.
But that was a good point right there. It was patient. Cal moving the ball around, created the opportunity for Lange to step across and finish through the middle. I think both these teams right now are very trigger happy and just speeding up balls at the wrong time.
How much of that, you mentioned how long both teams have been on court. How much of that is wanting to just get out of the match?
A good amount of it. You know, you see right there, Lange trying to rush that third.
Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco getting back on serve, trailing by 2 here in game number 3 after they were able to fight off a deficit in game number 2 to force this winner-take-all stanza. Cal finding some space behind Blanco.
One, 3, 2.
Solid by Cal on both sides.
Yeah, good job there from Cal. She stays nice and compact, keeps the paddle out in front.
A big serve into the crowd. Another good snag by one of our referees here on championship court. 4-1-1. A big drive, Eric Lange going gripping and ripping.
Well, there's a better job there from Lange. He didn't really rush that one. He stepped up, got there quickly.
5-1-1. Point. Time out. Change out. 6.
And change here on the court.
Frustration there for Carvajal Lane. Ball just slid off the paddle.
The official APP Tour Store is now live at the appstore.global. Check it out for all of your APP merchandise. We got some great stuff at the APP Tour Store. Chad already has his eye on a hoodie as if he needs more.
I always need more.
They have more than hoodies. In this weather, you might want a hat. They've got some solid hats up there.
I forgot to bring my bucket hat for this one. You know, I picked up one of the bucket hats in Newport last year because of the sun.
Our social media director, Jade Mallett, has been rocking the bucket hat.
That's the one I've got. Yeah.
Where Megan Fudge and Jack Munro await.
No, the apparel is ever expanding up there. We can see it here. Just brought in center line.
The apparel is expanding. The quality of the fields are expanding as well. Look no further than this quarterfinal. You've got 3 players making a deep run here in Fort Lauderdale in Carvajal Lane and Blanco and Cal. Draws getting more difficult each and every week here on the APP Tour. Missed return, another point
Struggles.
for Cal and Lange, 7-1.
Yeah, struggles continuing there for Carvajal Lane. There's a couple of mishits the last 3 points.
7-1-1.
Patience, Eric Lange.
Second serve.
Still second serve.
Hey, that's Right there, that's just going all body. There was no chance of that ball staying in the court. Oh, that was slippery.
Tricky. Well, inside outer.
Nice reach. Good use of the wrist.
A 7-point lead for Cal and Lange. Make it 9-1-2. The wheels falling off a bit here for Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco in game number 3.
9-1-2. Side up.
Lange can't make the pickup. So Carvajal, Lane, and Blanco able to stop the run, but with work to do, trailing by 8.
1-9-1.
Ooh, just a little loose on the last couple of balls there from Lange. A little too much wrist there.
Miss third, second serve coming.
Two, 9-2.
Yeah, landed in. Just mishit it enough where it worked out there for Lange and Cal.
So now Lange and Cal getting back on serve, 2 points away from moving into the semifinal.
9-2.
Oh, and a little love from the net cord right there. Carvajal Lane extremely frustrated after that one.
And it brings up match point, 10-1.
10-1.
Had to work for it, but Lange and Cal are through to the semifinals in 3. We will hear from them when we come back here on Championship Court.
But it was Lange.
Volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're opting for care from a highly specialized team dedicated to treating one type of cancer, yours.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do.
The James, the official hospital of the APP Tour. and Centerline Athletics, performance apparel created by and for pickleball players.
Well, it took them 3 games, but Eric Lange and Pei Cao are moving on to the semifinals, continuing their run through the draw here in Fort Lauderdale. They're courtside with Dorian Croft and Al Franklin post-match interview.
Thanks, Chad. Pei, Eric, congratulations. You guys are moving on to the semifinal. New partnership. Pei, what is it that you like the most about playing next to Eric?
Eric is really nice, and when I in a match, when I play the best shot, he always like, oh, it doesn't matter, no worries. So yeah.
See, you told her to find something nice. She did. This was a really grinded out match, Eric. First 2 games, very close. Game number 3, you guys came out and really took control early. What was the biggest adjustment you made?
I mean, the conditions are tough. Both teams are dealing with it. We had a great support system on the sideline, so I heard their cheers. And, the energy with Pei is fantastic, so that carried us through. And in Game 3, we were able to really focus in and put our best stuff on the court.
Long match for you. We'll get you off, get you some rest. We'll see you later in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. Our 4th and final mixed double quarter is coming up next right here at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Owl Paddle. Quiet the competition.
Charles Smith Wines, the official wine of the APP Tour. And Gearbox, one core to rule them all. Introducing the GX2 series from Gearbox Pickleball.
The APP U.S. Collegiate Championships were last weekend in Cape Coral. Congratulations to all of our 2025 champions. And a player, Jack Munro, won the mixed doubles. Aiden Schenk taking a silver medal in that match, playing for Loyola Marymount. There's a look at Aiden Schenk on court now with his mixed doubles partner, Jill Braverman. Schenk, 20 years old, from Portland, Oregon. Part of that Pacific Northwest contingent. Had a big fist bump for Pei Kao and Eric Lange after they pulled out their quarterfinal. That's Allison Harris. And then near side in the white and the navy. Jill Braverman there in the all-black. Braverman, a familiar face here on the APP Tour, 35 years old, from Newport Beach, California, has had so much success, Chad, in both women's doubles and mixed. Won a gold earlier this year alongside Will Howells. They won a silver medal in Daytona Beach. They will be taking on Allison Harris and Will Sobek. Harris, 31 years old, from Nashville, Tennessee, played her collegiate tennis at the University of Central Arkansas, where she was a Sugar Bear. And then Will Sobek. And the pairing of Harris and Sobek, Chad, it's an interesting one. Lots of defense, lots of spin, undercut from the Sobek side.
That is exactly what it is defense personified. Never expected a ball's not going to come back against Sobek and Harris.
Sobek, 21 years old, from Key West, Florida, won his first gold on tour back in 2023 in New York in that epic singles matchup.
Yeah, that was your first one.
That was my very first one. Listen, we set the bar hard. 2 years later, still have trouble saying it. You talk about defense personified, though. You have defense in spades with Harris and Sobek. Jill Braverman, an excellent defender as well. Does that make Schenk the X factor in this matchup?
He is an excellent defender as well, and he's going to hit some balls that are a little bit more unorthodox than what you're normally going to see. If you think that you can beat him on a ball high to his backhand and he's going to hit a regular backhand, oh, no. You're in for a treat if we get a couple of those ones.
We are underway here in our fourth and final mixed doubles quarterfinal. It is Harris and Sobek in the white and navy. Braverman and Schenk in the all-black, which is a choice today, as that inside-out forehand from Sobek gets the first point. I'll have you know that when we were waiting for the on-court interview after the last match, Lange mentioned the blacks. It probably wasn't a great idea to wear black today.
Yeah, you're an hour and 20 minutes out on the court in all black. And then we've got Schenk and Braverman out there in black as well.
It's a day for the Wimby Whites.
There it is, right there.
Oh, frack action.
Not a standard backhand from Aiden Schenk. See him just turn that over and flick it back. That frack, forehand, backhand. A little unlucky there from Braverman catching the net cord.
Pushes Braverman and Schenk onto second server. This quarterfinal matches up in the top half of the draw. The winner will advance to take on the top seed of Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro after Schenk misses the third. Schenk and Braverman got past Shelby Bates and Grayson Golden in their round of 16 matchup, 8-3. That match took place, Chad, at 9:15 this morning.
I was out there watching it. Ooh,
All
nice.
that to say is Schenk not able to get on top of that. They have been waiting a while to play in this quarterfinal.
Quick, do the math. 6 hours.
Yep.
6 hours since that last match.
Braverman overextended, not able to bring it back.
I was out there watching that. That match probably went a little over 30 minutes, so it would have been 9:45 when it got matched. So, yeah.
Just under 6 hours.
Just under 6 hours since they were on the court.
Sobek coming up short. Second serve on the way.
Oh, good
Harris
spot.
couldn't make the pickup. Did you see all the undercut on that backhand from Schenk?
So Aiden, one of my players on the Next Gen national team, had 3 graduates out here on the court so far today, and Jack Munro, Riley Bohnert.
Oh,
Will Sobek,
way!
stop it!
How did Will Sobek keep that ball off of him twice?
I don't know how I don't know how that first one didn't hit his body. Somehow he got that right shoulder out of the way. But yeah, Riley Bohnert, Richard Livornese Jr., and Jack Munro all part of the national team, and then Aiden Schenk as well out here now, part of the current team.
Future of pickleball looking bright here on the APP Tour. And that's an uncharacteristic mistake from Jill Braverman. I think you alluded to it first thing in the morning when we had our first quarterfinal. 3 of the 4 on the court, not the heavy tennis background. That's what you're seeing in that new generation of players.
Well, and even right here, Will Sobek, his dad played tennis. He hit a little bit of tennis, but he's been playing pickleball predominantly since he was 8 years old. Aiden Schenk, pickleball player.
Return was long. You do have the tennis background for Braverman and Harris. As a timeout on the court. Solid start for Allison Harris and Will Sobek. What have you liked most about the way they have come out and controlled this match through the first quarter of game number 1?
I mean, we're actually seeing a much more aggressive Will Sobek. He's got a paddle change. He's playing with that paddle tech now, taking a few more chances. He's always had fast hands. He's always been able to get a lot of balls back, but been pretty impressed with the power already coming off his paddle.
And Sobek had been playing previously with the Adidas before making the change. Harris and Sobek, a newer partnership as well. She played the majority of the last 2 seasons alongside Andre Mick. Braverman, as we mentioned, has paired with a couple of different players. She's a chameleon in her ability to really mold and shape to her partner.
Well, and that's where defensive players can kind of do that. It's they're going to set you up. They're going to be there. Their role doesn't really change when you get 2 aggressive players that are playing together. That's where you can have some issues.
Just wide off the paddle of Harris.
5-0-2.
5-0-2.
Well, good spot right there from Braverman, just elevated over the left shoulder of Sobek. But you can see how quickly you can cover the court by the middle of that point where he came over, poached the ball, and then returned back and got the next one.
The one thing to pay attention to with Will Sobek is Schenk puts it right past him for the winner. He's had a tendency in the past to cramp in hot and humid conditions. Haven't seen it today.
I was literally thinking the same thing.
But he's such a physical player that has been an issue for him.
Typically, we'll see it on a singles day.
Oh!
Somebody faulted.
There's a fault on the Sobek Harris side. But
it wasn't
Braverman.
Braverman with the pirouette.
Put it in the spin cycle, did Jill Braverman.
2-5-1.
Put that away with authority.
We're just smacking balls at each other right now.
Well, listen, you said yesterday in singles you wanted to see the women go more body.
Well, compared to our last quarterfinal, this one, the intensity is a lot higher. All four of these players coming out, moving their feet, trying to get things going.
Side out after the Schenk miss. 5-2-1 in favor of Harris and Sobek. Oh, Harris had the opening but couldn't convert.
Yeah, just a little too much power, a little too big on the backswing there, and trying to take that one cross court. Ended up going short of court.
5-2-2.
Oh, the hands, so good.
The exchanges right now. I mean, usually we'll see
6-2-2.
4-6. We're in the 8-12 kind of range with the fast hand exchange.
Braverman overshot the mark. Second serve.
Tough to keep that one in when you're hitting with the wind right there. That's a shot that you hit into that one of those 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts that's blowing straight into your face.
The wind has been a continual issue over the last 2 days. It has been gusty, to say the least, here in Fort Lauderdale, as Schenk goes 5-hole on Harris for the winner.
Yeah, and that's a good setup there from Schenk. Creates the dead dink from Sobek. Goes back into the body, creates the pop-up.
Sobek in the right position, but couldn't make the dig on the ATP.
Harris just creating a little too much angle there with that cross-court forehand dink.
4-6-2.
Braverman allowing it time to develop.
Schenk coming up a little bit short, side out, but able to trim the deficit down to 2. Too much from Harris.
Well, same spot there again, trying to go cross-court into Braverman. Braverman knows that if she can just get out of the way, it's not going to that back corner, the deepest part of the court. It's going shorter. Good move there from Sobek. Braverman getting a little stuck there, not moving the feet. Give himself a bad hop.
Side out.
Side out.
Good communication there between Braverman and Schenk, and good ball movement from Schenk.
Four, 7-1. Point.
Braverman and Schenk continuing to close the gap here.
Has been more about what Braverman and Schenk are doing, or what Sobek and Harris are not doing?
No, Braverman and Schenk have started to get into a rhythm now. They're taking some chances, moving that ball around. We saw them try to test the hands of Sobek earlier.
And another point.
Now they're kind of taking Sobek away from the middle of the court, forcing Harris to come over, and then going back out wide to Harris. Yeah, same thing. Behind Sobek, takes him out of the middle, doubles up,
Timeout, receivers.
aggressive cross court, creates the pop up and go.
Timeout on court as Braverman and Schenk have stormed back to tie things up at 7 apiece here in our fourth and final mixed doubles quarterfinal. Winner of this one advancing into the semi to take on the top seed of Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro in what has been a tightly contested mixed doubles Friday here at the Fort in Fort Lauderdale. How do Harris and Sobek refine what was working for them early on here in game number one?
Well, they have to be a little bit more aggressive with their dinks and rolls right now. They're a little bit too much in defense mode as far as they're just bumping that dink back. Schenk and Braverman doing a much better job being more aggressive, moving that ball around. So with the aggressive dink and that ball movement, you're going to create some opportunities for some holes in the middle of the court. Ooh, just wide.
Just wide, and now Schenk and Braverman have worked themselves their first lead of the game.
8-7-1.
Oh, that's an excellent spot. Yeah, but again, an excellent spot there from Braverman. It's elevated. Sobek can get almost anything back when it is outside of his body. Ooh. That was a very awkward forehand there from Braverman. It would end up being a two-handed forehand. Yeah, good cut there from Sobek on the fourth.
Able to force the side out.
7-9-1.
Oh, he
Just
had
wide.
the opening.
But again, the unconventional way that Aiden Schenk plays, there's some balls that come back off of the paddle and they don't quite come back in the line that you're anticipating.
Oh, and then a missed third from Sobek, so a quick side out. Braverman wants crowd interaction. She says all day.
No one's there is what she was saying, and she's right. Nobody was there. Little hole left in the middle. Sobek anticipating for the ball out wide. Harris holding her line. Oh. Braverman getting a little tied up right there. Excellent hands from Sobek again. Ooh, almost picks it up. Good reach in there from Sobek. Applying the pressure.
Fought off a couple of game points.
Don't like it.
Sobek through the middle for the winner.
So in that situation there, Schenk had Harris and Sobek back at the baseline. Chose to just block a ball, brought them both up, took away the advantage. Oh, almost.
Ooh.
Little help from the net cord there from Harris as well. We'll get a timeout from Schenk and Braverman.
A timeout taken on the court as Harris and Sobek have come back here in game number one after they got out to the early lead. They are now back within one, trailing at 9-10 after fighting off a pair of game points.
Yeah, it's been a good adjustment here for Harris and Sobek. Harris has become a little bit more aggressive. She's taking some opportunities to speed up. Sobek, you can always trust his hands. He has this uncanny ability of just being able to get almost every ball back. So Harris can take a few chances to try and set Sobek up.
That's Andre Mick in the hat and sunglasses over in Sobek in Harris's corner. Oh, a missed third from Harris. Second serve on the way. Oh. Pushing Harris back, not able to make the dig. So Braverman and Schenk get back on serve with a chance to close out game number one. Harris into the net, and Schenk and Braverman erase an early deficit to take game number one, 11-9. They are halfway to moving on to our mixed doubles semifinal.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours. Because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. Gamma, play to live, live to play. And Zimmer Biomet, moving you forward. Visit smarterknee.com today. Welcome back as we take a look at our Vlasic Pickles mixed doubles bracket. One semifinal already set. Pei-Kao, Eric Lange, the 14 seed, moving through to take on the 2 seed of Megan Fudge and Jack Munro, the top seed of Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro. They await the winner of this quarterfinal matchup between Allison Harris and Will Sobek and Jill Braverman and Aiden Schenk. Braverman and Schenk erased an early deficit in game number 1. They took it 11-9 as Harris and Sobek had opportunities in game number 1, Chad, just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, just a little bit down the track and toward the end of game 1 right there. It was Schenk and Braverman that were creating more. They were being a little bit more aggressive. They were moving that ball around, creating the opportunities. Sobek and Harris kind of disappeared for a few points there in the middle of game 1. They tried to become a little bit more aggressive, and then ultimately it just ended up being a little too strong with Schenk and Braverman and being able to create a little bit more. That one just clipping the net cord, going deep.
Side out. 0-0-1.
Oh, Braverman with the Ernie. Nice early move right there. Sobek didn't see it coming. Head was down trying to track that ball. That's rare miss there from Schenk, but Schenk coming over, trying to take that and then move back to the line before he'd executed that forehand.
1-0-2. Schenk trying to go cross court, couldn't get it to clear the net. Side out. Good spot there from Sobek on the left hip, and you can hear Braverman say, "My bad."
Well, Braverman just a little too overextended there. She gets to the ball, she's fully extended, can't do anything but use the wrist, and then it forces that ball to pop up.
Side out.
And Schenk never fully getting the paddle head underneath that drive.
2-0-1. Second serve.
Second serve coming.
2-0-2.
Ooh, that's the shot Allison Harris wants. Loves to hit that little inside-out forehand misdirect down the line, but just a little too strong.
Oh.
That was ambitious from Braverman right there. Actually ran forward and to the around the post there from Sobek.
0-2-2.
Schenk running through
Shanked
the
it.
transition. He couldn't believe he missed it. Just kind of looked at it.
Shanked it.
Yep.
2-0-1.
Actually, his feet were still moving through that transition. Walked himself into a bad hop.
Oh, just wide on the scorp from Sobek.
2-0-2.
And then a missed third.
That's not the side out you want
Nope.
for Sobek and Harris. You know, we already saw in game one that Schenk and Braverman have the ability to close the gap and come back. In reality, Sobek and Harris need to score at least one on every single service side.
Braverman trying to pull it cross court, caught the tape.
Well, Braverman was trying to sell the speed up down the line. She tried to hide the cross court roll. Ended up getting twisted up with the footwork.
0-2-2.
How about that hands from Sobek to get on top of that ball at the shoulder?
His head pretzels almost.
To be 21 again.
I mean, I'd go ear first into the court right there once my head goes that way.
Return from Braverman.
$3-0-1.
3-0-1.
Good spot there from Schenk, right to the feet of Harris.
3-0-2.
Sobek all over it. Another point.
Well, it's good defense there from Harris and countering to start with, and then the ball, that last ball from Braverman, just up high enough that Sobek could really get on top of it. As we both watched my trash fly through the booth right now from my snacks. Sorry about that.
You are snackish. It's okay. Four-point lead for Harris and Sobek here in game number 2 after they dropped game 1 11-9. Very similar to how game 1 started. It was Sobek and Harris that got off to the great start.
Oh, defense
So
from
good.
Allison Harris.
So good from Allison Harris.
0-4-2.
Yeah, good power there from Sobek as well. Yo, I gotta say, with the new paddle, Sobek has some put away power now.
It changes his game completely.
Yeah. He used to just be moving the ball around. Now he's got a little bit of power. He can still move it around.
Well, Harris just coming up a little bit short there.
That one, Sobek tried to be a little bit more finesse. Kind of just inside out, slide that one out wide rather than being aggressive.
Harris not able to get that one through the middle has been a winner for Braverman and Schenk thus far.
Yeah, just a little bit of a miss hit there from Schenk was enough to throw off Harris, get that ball down in front of her.
2-4-1.
We'll get a timeout now from Harris and Sobek. Almost identical situation as game one.
Second verse, much the same as the first, with a timeout on court. We'll remind you, if you don't know already, how to find your UTR pickleball rating. First, go to utrsports.net and select Join. After entering your email, password, and information about yourself, you will be asked your preference of pickleball or tennis content, or both. Next, you will be asked a few questions about your pickleball experience, the amount you play, your experience level, and your USA Pickleball rating to determine an estimated UTRP rating. You will then be given an estimated UTRP pickleball rating, and that is only the beginning. Find and play both recreationally and competitively near you. Sign up today at utrsports.net. Allison Harris and Will Sobek holding on to a slim lead here in game number 2, trying to force a decisive game number 3 in our mixed doubles quarterfinal, the fourth and final. Winner of this one will advance to take on the top seed, Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro. Joe Braverman and Aiden Schenk took game number 1, 11-9.
Time in. 3-4-1.
Oh, just out. Good attack there from Braverman. Pulled Harris out wide. Saw the opportunity to then be aggressive through the middle. Used it as a 1-2 counter.
Schenk able to get on top and put it away.
The ball behind Sobek. It forces Harris to take a step to the middle. Braverman then is aggressive with the topspin dink. Typically she's hitting a slice dink, a little bit flatter dink, and then she takes that opportunity to hit a more aggressive topspin dink, pulls Harris out wide, creates the pop-up.
Second serve.
Another point for Braverman and Schenk. This one playing out exactly the same way in the game 2 did.
6-4-2.
Nice roll there from Schenk, going inside out forehand. Going on the backhand side of Sobek as he's coming up after the return.
There's no stopping Schenk and Braverman right now. What is going right for them?
Well, Schenk right now is being aggressive. He's choosing the right balls to come through the middle. Braverman's choosing the opportunities to be aggressive through the middle as well. But it's when they do that, it's also creating opportunities to move a ball out wide. So it's keeping Harris and Sobek off balance. And just like we saw in game 1, Harris and Sobek kind of cracking under the pressure a little bit.
9-4-2.
Schenk is on with the drop right now, too. They're good, aggressive rolls. Putting pressure on when that ball bounces.
Sobek finally finding some space out of the reach of Aiden Schenk.
Yeah, I think that speed up down the line from Braverman was a bad decision. Sobek was set. Harris was still scrambling. Probably would have been better going through the middle or out wide.
Second serve on the way.
Two.
Better ball there from Sobek.
Five, 10-2. White.
Schenk stepped on Braverman's feet. Trying to come over middle.
6-10-2. Side out.
It was the miss hit return there from Schenk. Ball just died before it got to Sobek. He didn't move up on it quick enough.
10-6-1.
Oh, save another match point with a net dribbler.
Why not? Ten, 6-2. Sobek able to stave it off for the moment.
Yeah, wrong spot there from Braverman again. Just a little too wide.
6-10-1.
She's there.
Oh, no! What a scramble from Harris. Sobek just a little too far to reach.
6-10-2.
Oh my goodness.
And swatting flies out there. Sobek's trying to figure out how Schenk hits that back end as well.
10-6-1.
Oh,
Got
Sobek
Braverman
going
in the body.
after it. Good hands there from Schenk and Braverman, but Sobek, fire, reload.
10-6-2.
Yeah, that was a tough
court.
one. I mean, it's an excellent drop there from Schenk, but that was a do-or-die situation. Excellent hands there from Sobek again. Sobek and Harris just don't want to lay down right now. Oh, stepped on her again.
Schenk left the backside exposed as Sobek and Harris another point.
This is the second time Schenk stepped on Braverman's foot.
Oh, Sobek just getting a little big.
Seven, 10-2.
Oh, good spot there from Schenk. Right at the right foot of Sobek. Braverman and Schenk need to close it out right here. They don't want to allow Harris and Sobek to hang around. Good communication.
10-7-1.
Oh, nice
Sobek
drop.
comes up short, and Braverman and Schenk are moving on for a date with the top seeds in the semifinal. We will hear from Braverman and Schenk when we come back here on Championship Court.
This is why we drink. We drink for tonight, finally in town on the same weekend. Inside jokes, the great outdoors, karaoke till dawn, another cold one and a second slice. We drink for tomorrow, for the 7 a.m. 5K and the tailgate that follows, for the personal best that's about to be bested. Kick flips and polar dips, drop shots, cheap shots, shoot your shot. We drink for the moment. Shaky hands, steady beat, a blank canvas, trying to be something. Drink for yourself. No alcohol, no hangover, no empty calories, not a moment wasted. Partake brews the liquid. You bring the courage. Today is for the taking, and we make it happen.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
You're 0 for 15 against your daughter because of your toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks with small grip pads inside and out. Your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
And it's Aiden Schenk and Jill Braverman moving on, taking out William Sobek and Allison Harris. They fell behind in both games, but came back, closed the distance, and a fantastic performance by them. They're courtside with Dorian Kraft for our Franklin post-match interview.
Aiden, Joe, we had to get you in the right spot first, Aiden. So playing alongside Jill, she has the ability to be a chameleon. We've seen her match up with so many different partners. What is it that makes her such a good partner for you?
Her court energy is unbelievable. Like, she's one of the most positive people I've ever been on the court with. She encourages me. I mean, I had moments in that game when I couldn't make a drop, couldn't make a ball. We got stuck on 0 for like 15 minutes, but we kept the positivity up, and eventually we broke that, and we kind of went off at the end there. So she's just super fun to play with, and I absolutely love it.
We heard her saying it's all you, it's all you. Actually, let me right into my next question, because you guys got off to slow starts in both games, but you were able to regroup. What was the conversation in those timeouts that allowed you to kind of kickstart the offense?
Not much. Sometimes you're doing all the right things and you're rolling the dice and you're just not getting the results. That doesn't mean you should change. So as my coach, Scott Crandall, always says, if the plan's not working, do it better.
That's great advice for everyone. We will see you guys in the semifinals. Take a break. Jill Braverman, Aiden Schenk, they're moving on to the semis. Don't go anywhere. Both of our semifinals still to come here on Championship Court in Fort Lauderdale.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
The APP is sponsored by Humana, the official healthcare partner of the APP Tour, Yola for the champion in you, and PickleballSuperstore.com, official online retailer of the APP Tour.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
At AARP volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're opting for care from a highly specialized team dedicated to treating one type of cancer, yours.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. The James at Ohio State.
The APP is sponsored by USA Pickleball, official sanctioning body of the APP Tour. Franklin, official ball of the APP Tour. And Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
Our first of two mixed doubles semifinals coming up here at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open. It has been a fantastic mixed doubles Friday. Two of our championship Sundays are already set here in the tournament. We are punching two more tickets as we welcome you back into the booth here at Championship Court. He's Next Gen National Team head coach Chad Edwards, pro pickleball coach Dominic Catalano joining us for this pair of semifinals.
Nice of you to join us, Dom.
Hey, I was taking care of our Masters
and
Champions pros all day over on Players Court. Don't worry about it.
And of course, I'm Dorian Kraft taking care of these two here.
Keeping us in line.
The booth.
Yeah,
I'll do the best that I can. And fellas, we have seen really competitive action top to bottom in the mixed doubles draws. We knew it was going to be tough with the conditions today. It is hot, it is humid, the wind is gusting once again. Everyone's had to fight through the same conditions. What should we expect to see in this particular matchup?
For this one, we saw big leads for Lange and Cal in their quarterfinals. They kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit, allowed that gap to close. If they get a lead here, they need to finish it. They cannot allow Munro and Fudge to hang around at all. Lange needs to play a little bit cleaner. Cal needs to be more patient. They weren't working the point in the quarterfinal. It's not going to work against Fudge and Munro.
Well, Fudge and Munro, they dropped their opening game in the quarterfinal to Richard Livornese Jr., Riley Bohnert. Were able to work their way back into that match. And we saw the same thing. Players have taken a little bit more time to get accustomed and, get comfortable out on court today, much more than we're used to seeing.
Well, like Chad said, it's if you give Jack Munro and Megan Fudge an inch, they're going to take a mile, right? You can't give them any breathing room. And that's why I think the key is in the beginning of this matchup is Cal and Eric Lange need to come out hot. They need to come out early. They need to strike first. If they can do that and take that and kind of roll with that, they're going to be good. But the key for them is they have to roll with it. They can't just do it and then stop and let Munro and Fudge back in, because once you let them back in, they'll flip that on you.
Well, you didn't get to see the quarterfinal from Fudge and Munro out here some 4 hours ago.
That was going to be my next point, because we talked in the last the last quarter rather about the time on court, how long it had been since the players played. It has been 4 hours for Fudge and Munro since they were last on court to open up our broadcast at 12 o'clock. Meanwhile, Lange and Cal, they've been on court more recently, but their match took nearly an hour and a half.
Yeah, well, you're also seeing that they've changed colors of shirts out there. They're not making the same going out with black. But what I was going to say is Munro and Fudge had that really slow start. They'd actually had about 2 hours off between, a little over 2 hours between their round of 16 and the quarterfinal. Now with the break, the X factor for me, and we talk about Munro and how much he has to do in that quarterfinal in games 2 and 3. Munro came out and was just chaos. He was speeding balls up. He was moving balls around. Fudge was almost 2-3 feet behind the kitchen line and just saying, "Hey, Jack, go ahead and do it. If a ball gets past you, I'll be there to put it back in play." Look for Munro to try and find that energy early on and try to get this done in 2 rather than that slow start that we saw in the quarterfinals.
Players getting set. We will have semifinal action coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Well, we're actually going to start right now. I thought we were going to take a quick break, but the players said, you know what? We've waited long enough. Let's get to action. It is Cow and Lange in the pink and black, Munro and Fudge in the whites. That one right through the middle to start us off.
And Chad said his X factor, Jack Munro, played very chaotic, but a controlled chaos. For me, it's going to be pay, 100%. If she can play with that controlled chaos, because she's a energetic and fiery player, if she gets going, that's trouble for Munro and Fudge, just like she did on the first point.
Battle between Lange and Munro, won by Munro.
That's dangerous right there, and not many people want to go toe-to-toe with the 6'3", 6'4" Eric Lange at the kitchen line, but Jack Munro handles it nicely.
Lange misses the third, so the side out.
You know that Munro's not going to back down from anybody.
No.
His
hands are too good.
Anticipation in his hands. He'll go toe-to-toe with anybody in a hand exchange.
Stepping up to create is Munro, and he gets the first point.
Well, it was a good spot of attack for Jack Munro. He continued to attack the right hip, kind of right side of the body of Lange, and didn't let him extend.
Oh, a little righty attack there from Munro. Coming in and flipping the paddle, that right hand going straight in the body of Eric Lange.
Jack Munro does have the ability to be ambidextrous on the court. Makes him that much more difficult as he switches hands there again. Not coming back. Is that just off the outstretched paddle of Fudge?
I think, too, is if the ball gets settled and Paycow gets a ball, I think her and that straight up on Megan Fudge is going to be something to look for, too. See if she attacks her.
I'm very interested to see that. I heard Fudge talking in between matches. She and Paycow are actually going to be playing together in China in a tournament, and Ryler DeHart, Megan's husband, playing with Paycow in mixed doubles at the US Open. There's an overhit from Fudge. That's an uncharacteristic miss from her.
That was a deceleration through the swing right there. The elbow dropped down.
I think the wind pushed that ball into her a little more, too, than she was comfortable with. Little miscommunication right there. I think Cow thought that Lange was going to take that initially, but the wind pushed the ball right into Cow's backhand.
1, 2, 2.
Again, right there. Cow anticipating that Lange was going to take that ball through the middle. Lange just overrunning it. No way for Cow to pick it up. Good anticipation again from Munro.
2, 1, 1.
It's in.
Yep.
It's in. That ball started out but blew back in.
Too strong off the backhand from Lange as the win has once again started to swirl here on championship court.
But that's a lot of what we saw in the quarterfinals there from Eric Lange. Just impatient as far as the speed up. That's not a ball that Lange's going to be able to keep in 9 out of 10 times. That's a 9 out of 10 time miss. Oh, stop it.
Come on, no.
Somebody.
Oh! Eric Lange wins it. Did Carol even hit a ball?
No, she didn't.
No, that was a full exchange of Eric Lange right there.
4-1-2.
That's going to be trouble, right? If Megan Fudge ends up speeding up at pay Cal is going to be all over that counter. She wants the pace. She plays with that pace, and I think she does hit just a slight bit harder than Fudge, so I think that's going to come back with a little more. I like that counter from Fudge right there, but she backed her foot off the line, so it kind of goes straight down. She holds her ground. That's a great counter. She read it well.
This ball's flying off the paddle of Lange today in a way that we haven't seen before.
But again, he's trying to do a little too much here. You see how much body movement there is. He's trying to really be aggressive, hit that ball hard. He has enough power. He doesn't need to do as much. Oh, it's in.
Oh, so is that.
Stop it, Jack Munro.
Munro said, I'll do you one better.
First off, that ball is behind him. Munro's flipping it to the right hand, hooks it, and just shapes it back in.
Arguably the shot of the day. Oh.
Seeing Lange right there trying to put an exclamation point on that one and kind of flip the momentum.
Instead, it's another point for Fudge and Munro. They lead it 5-1.
5-2-1.
Yeah, better spot there, and all around, just a better tempo and a better speed there. Lange doesn't try and hit that one too hard.
That's where we saw Lange have success in the quarterfinal, that medium-paced roll through the middle.
Yeah, when he doesn't overhit it, he puts a lot of shape on the ball, and he can keep that ball in. But when he tries to really rip it, there's no reason for it from a low position. Oh. Cal twice behind Lange, playing some great defense. Some hands battles to remember here early on in game one.
It is going to take tremendous defense to get it done today against Fudge and Munro, and a timeout on court taken by Pei Cao and Eric Lange.
Again, though, it's the hands of Munro. He's going to step into the middle of the court there, and he is just going to challenge you. He's not going to back down, and he's going to keep being aggressive and keep firing right there. You have to try and get on top of a ball and get that ball down to Munro, or otherwise he's just going to be relentless and keep attacking.
What's the name of his game? Hands, right? And he's going to win probably 9 out of 10 hands battles against whoever's across the net from him. And if you're going to get into that, you have to get the ball down. If you get the ball waist high, it's coming back from him. And so you got to get that ball down. So Lange and Cal have to get on top of that ball, get the ball down through the shins, and not go above the knees, or else that ball's coming back and Munro's going to take advantage.
Fudge and Munro won a gold in Daytona Beach. They took a silver here in Fort Lauderdale to open up the season. They are on serve, leading 6-2 here in game number 1 of our mixed doubles semifinal, trying to punch their ticket to their 3rd championship Sunday through the first 4 tournaments of 2025. They both hit that?
They both swung.
Oh, just wide. Good attack there from Cal. Fudge hit that one, but Munro is always going to swing. And
That's like shadow swing to the max.
Yeah.
Lange not able to handle the counter from Fudge.
Well, where were all those counters, though, too, from Fudge, right? They're all about shoulder height, and she's getting on top of the ball, getting it down. Lange's hitting up on it.
Oh, if it went the other way, it was going to blow back in.
We've seen a couple of nice snags in the crowd today here on Championship Court.
Good hands out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mark Dancourt had a
great
good one up in the
one-handed
crowd.
stab.
Yeah.
Ooh, talk about good hands,
Not
Jack
there.
Munro.
Not going to fool Munro. Even though, I mean, right here, Munro's sitting a little bit backhand, but watch how that elbow doesn't go behind the body. The hand just opens up and he slaps it back through.
Rare miss on a reset there from Fudge, but again, better job of getting the ball down, making that ball bounce by Cow and Lange.
Lange just stepping over, can't come up.
No need.
No need to take that one.
No need.
He wasn't going to do anything with that. Cow was actually going to go two-handed roll there and actually put something on that. Downward angle.
Lange able to put it away.
Good adjustment. Gets on top of these two right here. He gets the first one down, then he gets popped up even higher, and then the downward angle in the hands battle wins it.
3-7-1.
Good attacks there from Fudge and Munro.
Oh, Lange had it on his paddle.
But again, Lange is there to hit it. And you'll see the body move to the left to try to cover the line before he's fully executed. So as he goes to hit, the body moves, brings the paddle across the ball, dumps it straight down in the net.
Another point for Fudge and Munro as they have taken control here in game number one. Another timeout on court.
A little off-pace drive there from Fudge. Just create a little dipper right there. Instead of really getting into it, uses the wind to her advantage and lets that wind knock it down on the drive and ball in the net.
We've seen the errors creep in for Lange and Cow, and they made those errors in the quarterfinal. Were able to overcome them because they were getting errors back on the other side. But with Fudge and Munro, they were too clean.
You're not going to get the same errors out of Fudge and Munro as you did in the quarterfinal match.
If you're Cow and Lange coming out of this timeout, you may not win this game. But what are you trying to do to set yourself up moving forward?
Good point construction, momentum going into that second game. You always want to finish on a high note. So even if you're not conceding this game by any means, but you're down by 5, it's 8-3. Fudge and Munro 3 points away from ending this first game. You want to say, okay, it's 0-0. Let's go into this. Let's battle. Let's figure out what we need to do to get on top of some points, get on top of some balls, and figure that out so that that momentum does carry on over into the second game here. And I think for them, it's getting on top of the ball in those hands battles and getting it down because they're in each hands battle. They just can't get it down. There it is.
Yeah, nice and controlled there from Lange. Wasn't trying to go big on it, just using the pace coming from Munro.
Better point construction there to earn this side out.
Uh-oh. Pay's getting fired up.
Chad compared her demeanor to a Yana Newell, very fiery on court, very quiet, sweet off of it.
Yeah, 100%. Oh,
Lange wasn't prepared for that ball to come back on the forehand side there. Tax backhand, and then the paddle just stayed down.
Oh, how did he stay with it?
Oh, that almost blew that in.
Almost came back in. Eric looks over and goes, oh, man, that almost did come back in.
I don't know how Munro got that one. And then Fudge almost
that
brought
ball
that
had
one
so
back
much
in.
spin thanks to the wind.
Ball had eyes. Looking for that sideline.
482.
Oh, no, not the wind
today.
killed that.
I'm going to put it over his backhand. Oh, no.
Or
he
to his
switched
forehand.
it to his second forehand. Munro
His second forehand,
typically hitting a right-handed overhead compared to a left-handed overhead.
The hands are so good.
Stop.
Oh!
Stop.
Just some great firefights. But the issue is, we've had probably 4 of those, right? Who's won all 4 of them?
Fudge and Munro.
Exactly. And that's the issue right now.
Is it because the counters are still too high?
Yeah. They're getting a ball down first.
Just wide. The wind pushing that one out.
In unison.
Yes, we've been doing it all day.
Yep.
Going back to my court.
Yeah.
Oh, but you miss us.
I do. Talk to myself all day.
Oh,
it's nothing's new.
Oh, a little love off of the net court, and game number 1 goes to the 2 seeds, Megan Fudge and Jack Munro. Take it in a business-like fashion, 1 game away from moving on to Championship Sunday. Game 2 coming up next.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
Looking for ways to keep active and mobile? Try Penetrex. Penetrex is different than other products with no greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odors. Made with unique ingredients, it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Penetrex, the #1 online rated joint and muscle cream.
Upcoming schedule on the APP Tour. Coming up next is the Vlasic Classic in Cincinnati. There is still time to register. Visit the app.global for more information there. That is now a golden ticket event, May 6th through the 11th. Coming up after that, our second major of the year. We're headed back to the Big Apple and the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center. And then we go out west for 4th of July in Newport Beach. Those are 3 fantastic tournaments. You should join us. Side out quickly as Fudge and Munro get back on serve in game number 2.
Got to make the adjustments early. Totally different sides here with the wind. Who can make those adjustments quicker?
As Fudge drives that into the net. It's one of the reasons why game 1, maybe more so than any other tournament, it's important to capture game 1 because the sides play so differently.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you can jump out and get that 1-game lead, it makes things a lot more comfortable with how the wind and how the conditions are playing.
Oh, yeah.
Off the edge guard.
Well,
excuse me.
Fudge just a little too flat with that second attack. Lange doing a good job getting on top of it.
That time Lange not able to course correct.
That's a great counter from Megan Fudge on the second drive from Pei Cao.
No. What?
So Fudge didn't know she called it out initially, and she asked Jack, and Jack had no clue.
Didn't know either.
Yeah, so they called it in. She asked Jack. Jack goes, I have no idea. It was hit so hard.
There is the side out.
One thing's for sure, it was deeper than what Lange wanted. Yeah, that's just poor footwork there from Cao. Ball bounced, and she just planted the feet.
And we have seen footwork be the Achilles heel of many a player throughout the first 2 days of the tournament.
100% in the wind. If you're going to focus on 2 things in the wind, footwork and ball striking.
And unfortunately, any player who spent a lot of time out in the heat and humidity on court knows when it gets hot and humid, what's one of the first things to go?
Footwork,
your footwork.
Your legs.
And ball striking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uncharacteristic third miss there from Fudge. Second serve still on the way. She and Munro took game 1 11-4.
Oh, that's a nice speed up right there from Megan Fudge. She goes right at that right hip of Eric Lange.
Fudge not able to make the cut back cross court. Side out.
Oh, that was interesting.
Not sure what that was with a little inside-out forehand there, but with the wind and blowing it around.
Just trying to serve it.
Yeah, tough shot there from Megan Fudge.
Good reach from Jack Munro with the left-handed forehand in the middle. Puts that pressure on Cao. That's a nice, aggressive third shot drop from Eric Lange. Instead of just pushing this over, he really hits this, and it's almost like a drip, like a drive drop
I heard you say that this morning. Are you coming up with your own phrases now? We're coming up with the drippity drop.
You're going to be using it soon, too.
Drip,
I
drop, drippity drop,
would
and you
never
don't
use
stop.
anything that you come up with.
Come on. Man, you don't like me that much?
Just out of spite.
Just out of spite. I'm not saying that. There's no way.
Just wide off the paddle of Lange.
But yes, I do agree. The half drive, half drop.
Just say it, Chad. Just say it.
I would just say aggressive roll rather than drip.
Eric Lange can't control that backhand right there, and Fudge and Munro back out to a 2-point lead.
Oh, just deep there on the serve.
A little frustration on the face of Eric Lange.
5-3-2.
Oh, that is a pretty roll there from Munro. And that right there is an aggressive roll. That is not a drip.
He refuses to say it.
He does.
He does. He just refuses to accept it.
Oh, it's in.
Yep.
Oh,
Lange
boy.
finally puts the backhand away. And I think the difference in that point was Lange decided to take it out of the air instead of letting it drop to see where it landed.
Yeah. Oh, what happened right there? Oh. Not sure what Eric Lange was talking with the referee about right there, but good adjustment there from Lange.
3-6-1.
Yeah, that
Right
is,
through the wickets.
but that's a tough speed up there for Fudge. That is below the net, speeding it up, cross court, low to high to a forehand.
Second serve coming.
Four, 6-2.
Ooh, blow.
Sat on the
It
net
peaked.
cord.
Run up there quickly and blow it over the net.
And took a look over the net and went right back.
6-4-1.
Just out. Munro, that ball just got a little bit behind him. See the hip square. More toward Lange right there with Cal speeding it up.
That's a big hold right there, I think, for Cal and Lange. Don't give up any. They got one last time. Now, if they can add on here and turn this second game into something to think about here for Fudge and Munro. Ooh, dirty.
Good ball there. Again, lots of top to bring it back in the court. They are back within one, are Lange and Cal.
Good spot. Good spot there from Fudge. She had been going a little bit more elevated and toward Lange. This time she goes just outside the left hip of Cal. And Lange can't catch up to it.
Wide off the paddle of Munro.
No, good.
6.
That was good.
Oh, they overturned it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Have you ever had your eyes tested?
I was looking at the well, I can't see that line from where I'm sitting. And also,
you
I looked
tried
at
to
the
say
screen.
3 things there.
I did. All of them summarizing the fact that it wasn't my fault. Is that one? Wait, I saw that one, though.
Did you
Don't worry.
see that one?
Yeah, I
Was
saw
that
one.
good?
Yeah, no.
That was good.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No. You just said no. That was 3 feet in.
Oh, man.
That one wide off the paddle.
There we go.
You're welcome.
There we go.
6 feet out, and all
I
of a
now
sudden
am
you're
standing
like,
where I can see
all of a
everything.
sudden
Thank
you're
you.
like, oh yes, that one's out.
In fairness, the scoreboard had changed. I was reading the scoreboard
It
on
did.
court.
It did change.
Blame it on somebody else.
Usually you.
Yeah, that's true. No,
No,
just
it's
show
short.
it.
As he got to it, he rushed it. He didn't rush his body. He took his time. But then when he went to make contact, he really rushed the shot.
Timeout on court as Lange and Cow have worked back to pull level here in game number 2 at 6 apiece. Fudge Munro trying to advance into Championship Sunday in our mixed doubles draw. They have medaled in 2 of the first 3 tournaments in 2025. What have you guys liked? You talked about adjustments. Lange and Cow struggled to score in game number 1. They've got down early here in game number 2, have fought their way back. What have you liked about their game to get back to this point?
Well, they've taken a few more chances to be aggressive, and we're seeing Lange do a better job of getting on top. But in reality, it's kind of been Fudge and Munro who haven't done as much as what they were doing in game 1. A few errors have creeped in. Munro is still trying to be active, but now we're seeing balls that are getting behind him, or he's making contact behind the body, where game 1, everything was out in front, allowing him to get on top. So, yes, I'm going to give credit to Cal and Lange, where they've made some adjustments, but more so I think the difference is Fudge and Munro have kind of backed off a little bit.
I like Pei Cal and what she's done in the last 3 points. She's got the ball from Fudge on a reset, and she's gone right back to her soft. She hasn't sped up at her right away. She's gone a couple, 2, maybe 3 dinks to her, then has pulled cross court to Munro. So I like Cal's patience the last few points. We'll see if that continues here.
And to your point, Chad, it's very rarely that those 2 things you're talking about, one team upping their level and another team backing off, it's so rarely do those things happen in a vacuum. Usually they work in conjunction with one another as Fudge goes through the middle. Six, 6-2. Backhand error from Lange, so a good hold after the timeout by Fudge and Munro.
Yeah, and they created chaos right away, and that's where they're thriving right now, is in that chaos.
Oh, that serve just died right there. Cow, full sprint and a lunge to try to get that before it hit the ground. No, unlucky with the net cord.
But again, right there, 3-4 points ago, Cal was resetting that.
Yeah.
Getting in the point, elongating it. Now she tries to speed up. Kind of unsuccessful. Not kind of, actually unsuccessfully off the tape and way out. But again, you got to be patient. Wait for the right moment. That wasn't it.
And an immediate timeout taken here by Cow and Lange. And we saw in the quarterfinal, they waited a little bit too long to take a timeout in game number 2. Got a little bit uncomfortable. 2 quick points going the way of Fudge Munro. Here to regroup. Is it about picking the right ball to reset or the right ball to go after, Dom?
I mean, I think right there, that wasn't the right ball. The ball was down, right? And Cal's got to hit up on it and get some topspin on it. So when she clips the tape, it ends up almost hitting the back wall. If she's going to attack, it's got to be a higher ball. She can't be attacking from off the bounce like that, especially with Fudge and Munro.
Or a bounce that's coming into the body.
Into her body, right?
You know, it can bounce and stay lower, but be completely dead where it just sits there stationary.
Right.
But that ball is still got depth coming into the body. trouble. Almost every overhead that we have seen from that side of the court the last 2 days has been trouble. We have seen way more missed overheads than made overheads.
Oh, are you kidding?
I mean, to Eric Lange's credit, he got 3 of those balls down. Those balls were picked off the shoe tops by Fudge and Munro.
Well, first off, Munro goes into the kitchen, gets out and establishes with enough time because he knows that Lange is going to light him up.
Yeah.
Then he picks some balls off the shoelaces. Fudge somehow gets a ball behind Munro's paddle as well. You know, you're in that situation, and Lange's like,
what do I got to do?
What do I got to do? I've hit it hard. I've gotten on top.
Cow and Lange take their second and final timeout here in game number 2, as now they are facing a match point, trailing 10-6.
And yeah, we talked about it pregame, is if you get them to a position where you're feeling good, like Lange and Cow did, they were feeling good at 6-6. They come all the way back. Then they make a couple mistakes, and you make a couple mistakes against Fudge and Munro, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And how quick.
Yeah, good ball there from Lange. Nice and deep. Got it behind Fudge.
And it's still match point number 2, 10-6-2.
Oh, it's over.
Just wide.
Fudge joking with Cow right there. She goes around and gets to a knee. Almost like a scorpion action. I was ready.
Lange into the net, second serve on the way.
Well, what set that up was finally someone hit an aggressive dink, and it was Jack Munro. He got the ball to the backhand. He rolled his dink heavy, caused the pop-up, and that was it. It was dead dink after dead dink, and then Munro steps into a dink and puts pressure on.
Oh, good read. Good hands there from Munro.
Munro creating on the last 2 points, and it's earned him and his partner 2 more opportunities to earn their spot in Championship Sunday.
Get out. Wow.
Great hands on both sides.
The defense from Megan
So
Fudge.
good.
Incredible.
10-6-2.
Match point number 4.
Oh, just deep there
Just
from Lange.
long as Fudge and Munro end on a 5-point run. They are into Championship Sunday. They take it in straights. We will hear from the top seeds the second seeds rather, when we come back here on Championship Court.
volunteer and community events. They'll keep Greg active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
You're 0 for 15 against your daughter because of your toenail bruises and blisters. But she doesn't care because she's got the win. So what do? You get RTP socks with small grip pads inside and out. Your feet will be planted and pain-free. So the next time you can show her that her old man still got it. Nice shot.
And that would be a W for me.
Shouldn't have told you about those socks.
Yeah, that's what you get for holding out on me.
Double or nothing.
All right.
Road to Pro, official sock of the APP Tour.
The APP is sponsored by Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. Les, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. And Classic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour.
It's the two seeds, Jack Munro, Megan Fudge, making it to their third championship Sunday in 4 tournaments. Megan Fudge taking 1 medal here, moving ever so close, and they're going to be courtside with Dorian Croft in our Franklin post-match interview.
Dad, thanks. Congratulations, guys, moving into yet another championship Sunday here in 2025. Jack, I'll start with you. You guys had a really long layoff from your quarterfinals. You were off court for about 4 hours. What was the key for you guys coming out, regrouping, and starting off really fast in this match?
Dude, eat. I mean, the last couple times I've had breaks, like hour or 2 breaks. I was like, just having like a banana or something. This time I actually took care of my body a little bit more, made sure to have headphones on, came on the court a lot better.
Well, the real important question is what did you have?
The stuff at the pro tent, the pasta. Thank you.
You heard it here. If you want something to eat, listen to Jack Munro. But Megan, they're in game number 2. They made a late run, tied it at 6-all. You guys took a timeout, able to regroup. What was the most important thing that allowed you to go on that last 5-0 run?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing that I told Jack, I just needed a little bit of a mental break. I felt like I lost my focus a little bit. They played some great points. I needed to do my hair and get a sip of water. So I said, sorry, Jack, it's time out. But it worked in our favor, and just shout out to them. They had a great tournament. Shout out to Pei. She's on a Cinderella run in singles as well. I'm actually teaming up with her next week in China, so super excited for that. But no, fantastic run for them.
Well, guys, congratulations. We'll see you in yet another championship Sunday. Coming up next, our second semifinal. Who'll be meeting these guys? Stay with us to find out.
Humana Medicare Advantage Plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical expenses. That's more than you get with original Medicare, and Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums. Call now.
People play pickleball for exercise, competition, or to hang out with friends. What your reason is doesn't matter to Gamma. What matters is that you play, that you enjoy playing with passion, and you have so much fun you can't wait to play again. At Gamma, we offer paddles perfect for all levels, including yours, because pickleball is about you, the player, and what feels right. Pickleball is your game. Make Gamma your paddle. Play to live, live to play. Gamma Pickleball.
When you choose the James at Ohio State,
you're choosing access to the James, dedicated support services, and an unmatched survivorship program.
For your cancer care, the choice is clear. the James at Ohio State.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home, consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
We take a look at our Vlasic Pickles mixed doubles bracket. One team advancing already into Championship Sunday. It's Megan Fudge and Jack Munro. Who is going to meet them there? Our second semifinal about to get underway is the top seed, Bobby Oshiro and Will Howells, taking on the 4 seed of Jill Braverman and Aiden Schenk. There's a look at Bobby Oshiro coming off of a gold medal, a pair of gold medals, in fact, in Sacramento. Won one of those in mixed doubles alongside Will Howells, 30 years old, currently living in Plantation, Florida. She and Howells, they train together in Florida. They're going to be in the white and navy in this matchup. There's Howells, 25 years old, currently living in Boca Raton. These two, a well-oiled machine in terms of a partnership.
Yeah, Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro. One, you get to practice together. You're seeing more teams like that, live in the same area, practice together, get a lot of court time together, and that's equal to success on the court.
Completely the opposite scenario for Aiden Schenk and Jill Braverman. Schenk, 20 years old, from Portland, Oregon, just took home a silver medal in mixed doubles in the APP U.S. Collegiate Championships last week in Cape Coral. Dom, you got to see him there. He is playing alongside Jill Braverman, new pairing for this tournament. And Chad, as we talked about in the quarterfinal, Braverman has that ability to really mold to her partner and elevate their level of play.
Well, you would think that it's completely opposite, but Schenk and Braverman actually train and practice together as well, with Schenk going to Loyola Marymount. With Schenk going to Loyola Marymount. I know you're bad-mouthing me through behind the microphone right now, but it's okay.
It's all right.
No, Jill, I actually had a conversation with Jill about a month ago. Dom, I know you did as well.
Yeah.
She called us up and asked us, which of the young players do we think would be a good fit? And Aiden Schenk was a recommendation. And, like you said, Dorian, Braverman will pick her partner up. Like, she likes to chirp. She likes to, talk some trash out there on the court. But she's an extremely supportive partner. And I've been watching them throughout the day, and she is behind Aiden. If Aiden gets big and he makes a mistake, she's like, hey, it's okay. I like it. I want you to keep doing that. So it's been an interesting partnership to watch as the day goes on, but they're starting to really mesh and find some comfortability.
Schenk said as much in their post-quarterfinal interview. He said, we got down early. We were on zero for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter what I did, if it was good or bad. Jill said, that's good. Keep going. I like that.
Well, and I think the best part about Braverman for me as a partner, she's like a chameleon. She'll fit in a mold that you want her to. If you need her to be aggressive, she'll be aggressive. If you need her to be a backboard, she'll be a backboard. But like Chad said, she's always supportive. Whatever her partner does, she's going to get behind you. She's going to support you. And for Aiden Schenk, that's huge to keep him positive because he is aggressive. And what you get from Aiden Schenk, you're getting from Braverman, meaning that energy. And you're seeing that from Aiden Schenk because you'll get that deep growl we hear from Aiden Schenk, right? That, yeah. And Braverman's going to feed that for him. So I don't mind this partnership at all.
And Braverman and Howells won a mixed doubles gold here in Fort Lauderdale to open up the 2025 season. They took a silver in Daytona Beach the following tournament. So those two know each other very well.
Oh, we're going with the A squad reffing too, aren't we, Chad?
Oh, yeah. Andy Jones and Diane Unitich. I will say this, though. Compared to their their quarterfinal matchup for Braverman and Schenk, Howells and Oshiro are not going to make as many mistakes. They are going to make you work for every single point.
And Oshiro and Howells force an early side out here in game number 1 of our mixed doubles semifinal. Oshiro going right through the middle.
Again, the smallest player on court, but her reach. She takes so many balls out of the air up at the kitchen line and does exactly that. Punishes the ball through the middle.
Ooh, it's a little rush there on the flick from Howells. Gets on top of the ball and just flicks it down into the net.
And the backhand flick is one of Will Howell's patented shots as Braverman misses the return.
Big serve.
Oh, he changed the pace up on that. Wow. It looked like he's going to pull the trigger here, and Braverman was expecting pace.
Oh, just wide on the ATP from Oshiro.
Oshiro just did not get outside it enough. Didn't give it enough curl, enough shape back in. Red miss there from Oshiro.
Stood straight up on it, right? As soon as she goes to make contact, she stands up. Paddle ends up going face down, and she goes right into the net.
Ooh,
is that in?
No. Just out.
I'm not sure Oshiro knew where that ball was. She was staring straight ahead, and Will Howells is cutting across in front of her.
Well, there was one thing for certain. Bobby Oshiro packs a punch.
Chad and I say it all the time. Don't give Bobby an overhead.
We already had that conversation when you were at Players Court. Good spot from Howells.
Excellent pickup there from Howells. Firstly, uncoiling from the stack. And then to be able to pinpoint that back through the middle, and then those miscommunication and cross-up between Schenk and Braverman.
Yeah, you missed it, Dom. We had a matchup of women's overheads between Oshiro and Christine Maddox. Is a missed return there from Schenk.
I still take Oshiro. I know Christine Maddox can hit a ball, but I'm still taking Oshiro. Hard to go against Bob. Oh.
Yeah, good spot there from Braverman. Goes right into the body of Howells. He has to try and clear the body to be able to just get a paddle on it and get back, but it stays up, creates the opening through the middle.
Still second serve. Too much from Schenk.
Some great defense there from Oshiro. Just reset. And and then Howells able to get a counter.
And that's one of the things that we've been talking about consistently over the last 2 days. Again, really tough conditions here in Fort Lauderdale. Defense always travels with you regardless of what the circumstances are. Tried to score but couldn't clear it.
Watch your face, Aiden Schenk.
Yeah, but it is very difficult to beat Schenk with that shot right there because of the frac that he has. But Oshiro does such a good job hiding it, and two, it gets on him so quickly.
And you think Will Sobek wasn't able to beat Schenk as Howells misses the third with the frac.
And I think, and again, Oshiro knows that and knows he's got that, and so she's hitting a spot, too. So she's not giving that ball out in front of him here off the left shoulder. She's trying to jam him up straight up on his right shoulder.
161.
That's
the second time
aggressive.
Oshiro has just stood up through the ball.
Yep, you refuse. It's a pretty drip right there.
It's not.
It is.
What do you think of a dripping tap? It is a slow drip. There's no aggressiveness out of it. There's nothing that kind of like, talk about
water.
snapping it off the table because it's a drip.
Would you prefer
What is
a
it?
waterfall?
What you want to? Yeah,
fast.
Yeah,
waterfalls are fast.
Exactly. A drip is not.
We're coming up with new pickleball terminology here in the booth. Is that wide off of the net cord from Howells?
A drip does not fit something that is aggressive.
We'll find something else for it. Oshiro right through
That's
the middle.
aggressive, though. Oshiro's forehand, one of the best right side females in the game.
No extra terminology needed there.
No, nope. Just punished.
631.
Don't look now. Doubled up.
Just a deluge of points for Howells and Oshiro.
And I think the best part about their partnership is Howells lets Oshiro work, right? He's not in her face. He's not going, I'm going to take this and just dink this back or whatever. He lets Oshiro work, lets her do what she's there to do. And then when he gets his, he's like, okay, I'll put this away. Fine. Great setup. Thank you, Bobby.
And certainly not to suggest that this is not the case with other partnerships, but when you listen to the two of them talk about one another, and Howells particularly with Oshiro, he's so complimentary of her game, and it really speaks to what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you're talking about Will Howells, who is considerably new to the sport still, right? Like only a year and a half or so into the game. Bobby Oshiro's been playing this game since about 2016.
Yeah.
Right? And so Bobby's a veteran of the game. So playing with Bobby helps him, right? Bobby's seen pretty much everything in the game. And so having her beside him, it's just such a confidence boost for him as a player.
Seven, 3-1 for the top seeds.
Oh, that
wow.
just died.
Didn't go anywhere. Holy cow.
She was like,
Braverman says I picked the wrong ball.
Yeah, it's just
put away, and that's going to leave a pickleball tattoo on Jill Braverman.
And that Will's hitting it down, not trying to hit her at all, and just squares her up right in the calf muscle. But that's all set up by the aggressive roll, the aggressive drop there from Howells. Schenk steps back, tries to give it room, but because there's so much acceleration and topspin on that ball, it kicks through the kitchen line, and the only thing you can do is pop it up.
Timeout on court as Oshiro and Howells have worked themselves a 9-3 advantage. They're within 2 points of taking game number one. And Chad, we saw in the quarterfinal, whenever Braverman and Schenk took a timeout, they were able to really capitalize coming out of the break. Now, there's work to do. They're trailing by 6 in a different situation. But what is the most important for them coming back out of this break?
No, I mean, absolutely, they're in a different situation, and they're not taking anything away from Sobek and Harris, but completely different partnership here in Oshiro and Howells. Schenk has to come out firstly with a big return right here, but they have to try and find a way to really kind of control the point, move the ball around, kind of get Oshiro pulled out wide, have Howells step over, then go back behind Howells and get them moving that way with this push-pull, rather than allowing Oshiro and Howells to dictate the pace and the tempo of play right now. That's a good step back there from Braverman.
A good defensive hold by Braverman, and Schenk out of the timeout.
Coming off a rare third-shot drive from Will Howells. Will Howells, a rarity on the men's side. He drops probably 80% of the time on his thirds.
Beautiful setup and right through the wickets for the put away.
It's funny, with all the pace in the game, Will Howells plays a different pace. He can play fast, but at times, most of the time, he plays slow to get to fast pace, right? He drops, he dinks, he moves the ball around. It's just different in a time where we're always talking about pace, pace, pace. It's fun to see Will Howells do what he does.
Well, and it can be a matchup nightmare because he has the ability to play both.
Right, exactly.
A missed return by Schenk brings up a game point for Howells and Oshiro.
A steep return there. Oshiro kind of getting handcuffed and twisted up with the feet.
A second opportunity and game point.
I'll fight it off.
Just wide.
Just wide off of the net cord. A missed third from Schenk, and those are the things that if Schenk and Braverman want to make a run or make a push in game two, that can't happen.
Well, he rushed through the shot. As soon as he goes to hit it, he's trying to run up before he finishes hitting a shot.
Oshiro again tried to rush the ATP that had plenty of time to let that develop.
And another missed third from Schenk.
Yeah, just rushing a little bit, right? You got to slow down. If you're going to hit that drop, hit it first, move up second.
Still game point for the top seeds.
Again, Oshiro is moving back to hit that drop, but she's drifting with it. Needs to get back earlier, get herself into a better position with the footwork. Like that.
Oh, just rip it instead.
Grip and rip. Closes the door on game number one. Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro take it 11-4. Game two in our second mixed doubles semifinal is coming up here in Fort Lauderdale.
Oshiro and Howells continue to play well.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Everyone knows standing still doesn't get you where you want to go. It's all about movement and progression, power, strength, innovation, expertise. On the court, off the court, and on the way to the court, you have to expect more out of yourself. And you should expect more of the company who makes your tires. Getting you more miles, traction, and safety is why we get up in the morning. Let's drive forward. Expect more. Fortune Tires.
Active, involved, and mischievous, and help make sure his happiness lives as long as he does. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Welcome back. Will Howells and Bobby Oshiro took game number one, 11-4 in our second mixed doubles semifinal. Megan Fudge and Jack Munro already punching their ticket. The winner of this one will meet them on Sunday here at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open. Is that off the net guard and a pair of paddles for a point for Howells and Oshiro.
No love for Schenk and Braverman off the net there.
Oh, Schenk just a bit wide after tremendous defense by Jill Braverman.
Yeah, great D from Braverman. Good attacks from Oshiro and Howells, though, and just Howells with an easy reset. Get right back in it.
Oh, 0 for 3.
She's going to get one.
Oshiro, let it get out in front of you a little bit more. This one, she overruns.
She's determined to get one here.
0-2-1. Oh, a little unlucky there for Schenk, but everything going in the direction of Oshiro and Howells right now.
Another unkind net cord.
Right on the line.
Good pick.
Oh, Braverman's defense. Oh,
Howells with the Ernie winner.
She's pissed that he didn't come back at her again.
Oshiro just getting a little bit big there.
Yeah, because she got too big with her swing, she mishits it.
Hands are so good.
Yeah,
Bobby Oshiro.
It's the way that Oshiro is manipulating the point and moving the ball around. One to the middle, one behind, middle, behind. Never into the same spot more than twice.
Just call. That time she's the finisher.
She's always been a punisher.
Oh, jeez.
What a monster serve. Are you kidding?
That's a missile down the center service line. Get a timeout here.
A timeout on court as Oshiro and Howells have opened up a significant lead here in game number 2 following an absolute bullet of a serve.
And that is not obviously the start that Schenk and Braverman want here. And it's been Oshiro, right? And we talk about it, keeping both Braverman and Schenk on strings. She's basically being a puppet master right here, doing whatever she wants. And now Will Howells able to go for his serve down the center service line, basically gets an ace.
Howells injecting the power as Oshiro, and he 5-0 here in game number 2. This is a workmanlike mixed doubles semifinal for the pair.
Yeah, and it's kind of what we expected from Oshiro and Howells. They come out, they test the waters early, they find out what they can and can't and can't do, and then they just expose the middle and create opportunities, moving that ball around, choosing the right balls to speed up.
And you're still on serve, coming back on court. It'll be Howells.
You have 5. Will, you have 5.
Getting into the right spot.
5-0-2.
5-0-2. A missed return by Braverman, not what you want out of a timeout.
No, it's exactly feeding into Oshiro and Howells right here. And now, time to be even more aggressive.
Oh.
Oh,
Oshiro was all over
She was
it.
smiling before she hit it.
Oh, absolutely. But you can also hear the little grunt from Oshiro when she unleashes the power.
7-0-2.
Not able to make the pickup that time, but a 7-point lead for Howells and Oshiro here in game number 2 after they took game 1 11-4.
0-7-1.
If Braverman and Schenk are going to make a comeback, what do they have to do?
Get
some help?
Get some help and put balls in the court.
I think right now, too, they're going everything to Oshiro. Go behind Howells. Go to his backhand soft. Like, get him out of the middle. Move the ball around. They're going everything to Oshiro right now when they get to the kitchen line and get in that dink game. Not
Big
there.
backhand from Howells. You said soft to the backhand, right?
Not speed up.
Not speed up.
Elevated for the easy put away.
Yeah, sitting two-hander.
And honestly, I think more so than strategy at this time, it's more about, Schenk and Braverman need to get their feet moving. They need to give themselves good separation away from the ball, stay down through the stroke, and just execute before trying to rush to the next ball.
Ooh, just missed it.
It was a great setup and then just pulled it wide.
Yeah, it was a good controlled chaos point right there from Schenk and Braverman, and then Schenk goes just wide on the backhand counter.
7-2-1.
Oshiro just jumping at that forehand. Gets up above the ball, comes out flat.
7-2-2.
Yeah.
Oh. So
Way
much
in.
topspin to bring it in the court. Schenk, no. Oh.
Oh, yeah, who is no? Oh, no, you got to be kidding me. But you're right, Dorian. It's the top spin off the backhand from Oshiro.
Upside playing a little bit differently. The wind has finally died down a bit here on Championship Court. Backhand flick winner for Howells. Everything going the way of the top seeds.
But again, it's a 1-2 combination. Howells reaches in, takes that ball down the line, knows it's going to come back to his backhand from that angle, and he gets on top of it.
Another timeout taken here by Braverman and Schenk. It is their second and final timeout here in game number 2. And right now, if you're Howells and Oshiro, you're just finding a way to close this thing out.
Yeah, it's just tough right now because Oshiro and Howells kind of firing on all cylinders, everything going their way, whether it's speed up or dink game. You know, they're setting up whatever they want right now. But again, you have Schenk and Braverman that have tried to get to the backhand of Howells, but they've gone to the backhand of Howells high. We're talking about getting it down to his left foot. You're not looking for a mistake from him, but maybe you're looking to open up a hole somewhere. Right now, there's no holes created because Howell's sitting in the middle and Oshiro is doing whatever she wants.
Howells and Oshiro coming off of a gold medal in Sacramento. Howells has won gold medals in mixed doubles in 2 of the first 3 tournaments, one with Braverman here in Fort Lauderdale, a silver in Daytona Beach, and a gold alongside Bobby Oshiro in Sacramento.
Time in. 9:02.
Yeah.
Oh, just inside the back line from Oshiro, and it brings up a match point.
Well, again, Braverman and Schenk leaving this one go, but the top spin.
I'm sorry. Recall the score. 10-2.
Yeah.
Oh, somehow got the ATP to go to stay alive. What a point.
Wow.
Wow. I think that tops the Munro ATP from the other set.
No. I mean, that was a good ATP. Not taking anything away from Braverman. But that ball was behind Munro when he hit the ATP.
Schenk pushes it wide as he and Braverman are on to second serve.
10-2.
Yeah, Schenk got up fast enough for that one. Oshiro just not quite getting the height she wanted on that offensive lob.
3-10-2.
Schenk comes up short, and now Howells and Oshiro will have 2 opportunities to close this out.
10-3-1.
That will do it. Howells and Oshiro into Championship Sunday. They take it 4-3. We'll talk to the top seeds when we come back here at the APP Fort Lauderdale Open.
Introducing Persona IQ, the smart knee. Address your knee pain with a replacement that contains sensors which capture helpful information such as your range of motion, stride length, walking speed, and step count to ensure your new knee is performing at its best. It keeps you connected to your healthcare team so you can receive important reminders and personalized recovery guidance. It's not a GPS. It doesn't collect where you've been or where you're going. Persona IQ, a smarter way to regain mobility.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
The APP is sponsored by the Botanist Island Dry Gin, distilled with 22 wild botanicals.
Road to Pro. Unlock your potential with the official sock of the APP Tour.
And C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA.
The 1 seeds will house Bobby Oshiro moving through to Championship Sunday. They will take on the 2 seeds, Megan Fudge and Jack Munro. It's going to be a fantastic matchup. They are courtside with Dorian Kraft in our Franklin post-match interview.
Bobby, Will, congratulations. You guys are moving on to yet another championship Sunday. Bobby, we saw there early on in game number 2, you were really able to manipulate the point. You were moving Aiden and Jill side to side, never putting the ball in the same spot twice. What was it that you were seeing out there?
It's just, well, one, they're a great team. So, for me, it's just being confident in my shots. Will allows me to be able to do that because I trust him. If I happen to maybe make a mistake there, he's able to clean it up for me. So, knowing that he trusts me, that gives me confidence in being able to make those.
You guys have talked so much about the trust in your partnerships in each other's game. And, Will, we were talking about your game. It's so unique in the fact that you have the ability to inject the power, but you can also slow it down and play finesse when you want. Why do you choose sometimes, maybe 80% of the time, to drop that third and use the finesse to your advantage?
Yeah, I think just getting to the kitchen line and being super disciplined puts a lot of pressure on your opponents. So making sure that you're in a lot of points is often more beneficial than going for the drive and putting the point away early.
Well, guys, congratulations. Moving on to yet another championship Sunday, trying to make it back-to-back golds here on the APP Tour. Our championship Sunday is set. Chad, Dom, back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, Dorian. And we have three of our 5.
Three of the 5.
3 of our 5 gold medal matches set here, both singles. It is Howells and Grayson Golden taking on, or exactly,
Howells taking on Grayson Golden
and Sophia Seving taking on Pei Cow. Okay, we got that straight now. And then Fudge and Munro taking on Oshiro and Howells in 3 of our 5 sets so far.
Howells already into finals.
Yep.
Going for his 3rd tomorrow. Megan Fudge already got guaranteed 1 medal. Mm-hmm. Going for her 2nd tomorrow. That would put her on top of the all-time medal count on the APP. Howells had the chance for a Triple Crown in Daytona, came away with 1 gold.
Can he do it now?
Yes. It'll be difficult.
Have an opportunity.
But it'll be interesting to see how he comes out tomorrow. Obviously, men's and women's doubles plays a lot different than singles, and then obviously mixed here as well. But one thing has been sure, the conditions aren't going to change. It's still going to stay windy. Yeah. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hotter because the wind is going to die down just a little bit. So the ball plays a little bit slower.
And I do like Howells and Munro in that matchup, playing in this wind. I like both of their games with the wind.
What has not been to like about Howells and Munro throughout the course of this season? You guys have hit on it. The weather conditions, they have been the great equalizer throughout the course of this tournament, but today, not quite as much chaos as we saw on Singles Thursday.
Yeah, it was a little more calm today. But again, still players having to make those adjustments because sides were a big thing today, right?
Sides have been a big thing.
And so choosing the side and then making those adjustments early from side to side were the teams that came out on top mostly today.
Well, the other part of it, too, is there is a big difference between the single side and the double side, especially in windy conditions. It's already tough enough when you're covering a whole court in singles, but then you throw in where the ball is going to die or it's going to be pushed away from you. You're not having to make as massive an adjustment in doubles because you're only covering half the court.
Quick, one thing that each of you are looking forward to tomorrow for men's and women's doubles.
I am going to be devil's advocate, and I just want to see upsets. Upsets all day tomorrow.
Okay. I already said, Will Howells and Jack Munro looking very good. You have your defending gold medalists in women's doubles exactly from Oshiro and Barr coming back from last tournament. They're playing again together. So, again, you have some really good matchups, though. But again, it can come down to craziness because of the wind, and Chad's going to say it, and I agree. There's going to be more upsets tomorrow, and it'll be fun to watch.
Yeah.
So you guys are saying what the A in APP should stand for now is anarchy.
In windy conditions, anything can happen.
Yep.
However, the 1 and the 2 seeds made it through today.
Yes, they did. We have seen that play out. 3 of our championship Sunday matches are set. 2 more tickets will be punched tomorrow. It's men's and women's doubles. The action all getting started at noon Eastern here in Fort Lauderdale. Thanks for joining us tonight. We will see you right back here tomorrow.